Hey, yes, Jim, you are the first of this stream today. Thanks for coming on by. Hope your Saturday has been going well. Hey, Mavi. Hello, hello. Hope your Saturday's been going well too. Great. That's totally not notifications not being muted. Hey, glad to hear it, Jim. And with that, here we go. And yeah, it's been going great for me too. Chillax, that's good, that's good. We're going to be doing a little chillaxing here today too. A little bit of review and a few new things. Nothing too crazy. Jim was the first chatter, but Raja G, you came in there with the redemption. We got the true and we got people's choice, which is which, who knows? But yeah, today the plan is, as always, the code war of the day. Then after that, we're going to be reviewing that to-do app we, in 100 devs, recently got checked out to review. You're going to notice there's some comments here. That's because my review is going to be a little different. We're going to go line by line, inside every module to see exactly how every little bit of this thing is working. So it's going to be overly detailed, so we're going to get through all of it. And then we're going to see how some of these bugs that a lot of people have mentioned it before, and the last two reviews have been a part of, like, can't we do this? Why can't we do it this way? We're going to look into those, fixing this little bug, reducing this duplication, making sure this error doesn't work. And what does that sort option do? Because a lot of people are like, well, I changed the sort option and it doesn't do anything. We're going to explore how that's changed in the past. Yeah, Roger G. I know. And hey, and it's console air. Thanks for coming on, B. Yeah, I always love to hear ideas. This is we're community taught, as they say, right, folks? I got lots of ideas too. It's all about time to implement, right, folks? Yeah, Jim, you gotta know, right, Jim? It's all good. There's always a first redemption and a first chat. You're both equally first in my mind, folks. Don't you worry about it. But the first of the first things we mess with is, of course, this code wars. Not this code wars, this leak code. So, full prep method. Here we go. You're given a link to the code war in the chat, as always. Now you are given two string arrays, words 1 and words 2. A subset is defined if every letter in B occurs in A, including multiplicity. No, that's not true, Mavi. You can count them as for class. And you're still doing good. That's just extra spaced repetition, much like what we're going to be doing today. Just extra spaced repetition. Nothing is lost. So here's an example. WRR is a subset of warrior, but not of world. So what they mean by including multiplicity is that there are two R's, therefore there must be two R's in the word we're considering. Since there is only one R in world, it's not technically a part of it. Or it's not a subset. Now a string from A is universal if for every string in words 2, B is a subset of A. Ooh, so we got a little logic there going. Return an array of all the universal strings in words 1, may return them in any order. Okay, folks, so as with most of these problems, the P in prep is kind of already been given to us. we're going to be given an array of 2 words, or an array of 2 arrays of strings that are going to contain words. And while they, by the definition, they can contain any character, it appears they're going to be containing alphanumeric characters or alphabetical characters. And it also appears, they consist only of lowercase English letters. Hey. Ooh. Digital logic simulator. Let's check that out, console error. Oh, I think I also forgot to do something that over there. There we go. Let's see. Let me turn that back on. You start with and not gates and make the rest of the game. Ah, okay. Yeah, I think I've played mobile games that are based on this and such. But yeah, that's definitely interesting. A whole, from the pure arithmetic stuff, yeah. Yeah, it definitely could be a whole project. Be interesting. Yeah, it's cool to see it's free. I am on Linux, so I'm glad to hear it's downloadable like that. But yeah, definitely a fun and interesting game to mess around with. All the gates. NAND gates. Yeah, this really gets your Boolean logic up there, huh, folks? So if any of y'all need practice for Boolean logic, and the readings and videos just ain't doing it for you, this game does appear... Ooh, it's even got source code. Probably not going to be readable for most of us, but just game engine and all that. C#. Oh, yeah. Hey, thanks for sharing it. I mean, I'm aware of the gates, I'm just never used them to that degree, you know? Appreciate the offer. I have played a tad of Minecraft back in the day, so I'm aware of most of these gates. Oh, here's another thing. All the words are also going to be unique in our problem. Okay, so with all those, so in our prep steps, those are all of our parameters. We know all of our inputs, what we're supposed to return, an array of all the words that are universal. So given this example, the letter E, it's every example that has E in it. So it does not include Amazon or Apple, because they are not E's. And it's every example that also has O in it, so Facebook, Google, and LeetCode are all counted. Okay, let's see what exactly we're returning. All the universal string in words 1, where universal string is that for every string in words 2, B is a subset of A. Okay, so it needs to be all of these. So I've had another one, A, for example. Let's see if this example actually shows the universality of it. So we have L, which is Apple, Google, LeetCode. Then we have E, which is Apple, Facebook, Google, and LeetCode. But since Facebook does not contain an L, it does not go to the results. Okay, I think I understand the return now. The examples, yeah, these two right here, which are basically identical minus the words 2 first, an L and an E to indicate that Facebook is not included if it doesn't match all of them, for example. And for the pseudocode, so since multiplicity does matter, we're going to also need to be counting all of these. So let's think of how we would want to do that. So first we would want to create a count of all the characters, I imagine, in all of the words that we're going to be going through. And this will be for all the ones in words too. So create mapping of they are all mapping of character to maximum needed. Because for example, if we have warrior and we have word, we don't require one R, we require two R's. Mapping of character to maximum times character is seen in a single word. And this will be for all of the words in words 2. And hey, Sendev, lover of pie. Hello. Hope your Saturday is going well. We're over here doing the leak code of the day. Let's work on the pseudocode bit for now. Okay, and then we'll need to create array of results, which will be an empty array initially. Then we will iterate. I guess I really didn't describe this in exactly enough detail, so let's go even more detailed. Hey, nice. JavaScript is where it's at. JavaScript library. Sounds interesting for sure. Words 2. Count of all cars in word. Word for... No, it's not for character, it's for count. For car in word 2 counts. Set. So this also needs to reduce indentation. All counts to maximum of all counts. And word 2 counts car. I think you may have actually, might not have been yours, but someone showed me a library that did that before. Like with like VTTs, but more customizable and stuff. Or, yeah, I know you mentioned, or the last person that showed me it wasn't actually VTT, that's why it was like VTT, but more expressive and such. Count. Yeah, so this is the part we're going to do here again. Create count of all characters in a word for car and word 1 counts. And then the logic was essentially if we don't have enough. So if word 1, no, it's available counts. So that would be if maximum counts car is less than, but it's greater than, or is it less than? I don't know. We'll figure that out when we actually get to the writing at that point. Of word 1 counts car break. Well, technically we want all of them. That is enough, so I've written it backwards, but either way, we're gonna have a loop there. And then we're gonna say if none broke / all cars have enough, add word to results and return results. There we go. That does seem like the plan. Hey, Unicorn X, appreciate the follow. Hope your Saturday's been going well. And definitely, this is just from my ears. Don't worry, folks. That's a very chill song. And hey, Chimera Gerald, hope your Saturday is going well too. Thanks for the follow. We're just here doing the leak code of the day. I think we just finished our pseudocode. So now we're going to create our actual code. We'll use a map because we're fancy like that. And then we'll start iterating through the words. For const word of words 2. And this is the part where we need to create a count of all the characters in the word. Now notice that we need to do this twice. So this is a great thing that we can turn into a function. A Chimera Girl, yeah. And yeah, it is pretty neat. I hope it's a neat leak code, I assume, or you're talking about the notification. Either one, it's gonna be pretty neat for sure. Get word counts. This is a great name. And then this function here, it will be given a word and expect to return a mapping of all the counts essentially. So const counts equals new map. I'm just using map for the practice. This could be an object. So for const character of the word, and then it's going to be counts set for the current character. This is where the conditional logic happens, because if it's never been seen before, then we want to set it to 1. But if it has been seen before, we want to set it to its previous value plus 1. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Vampy Tooth. Hope your Saturday's been going well. We are here doing the leak code of the day. I think I got it all worked out. So to get the previous counts, we do counts get by the character. But since we want this to work if it's never been defined before, we say or 0. So on the very first time it's accessed, this will be undefined. So undefined or 0 becomes 0. And then our incrementation is by saying whatever this value is plus 1. So if it's its first time, it becomes 0 plus 1, term becomes 1. If it's not its first time, if it's the third time, then it's 3 plus 1 to 4. So that does my incrementation there. Then we return counts. So this little helper function is a useful tool for us later. Yeah, of course, Vampy Tooth. And we're going to say counts equals get word car counts word. Amazing function names. Couldn't be any better. Now that we've done that part, we want to update essentially needed characters in the same way we do here, but we need to do the maximum logic I said. So we need to set the character, indentation for readability's sake, to set it not to, so this is correct, this part for character of word. Although we're not iterating through the characters since they may appear twice, we're iterating through the counts. So this is for car of counts keys. So this will only happen once for every character. Then we're setting it to the maximum. So we do math.max. Then we figure out what exactly goes in here. So it's going to be the maximum of the current needed character count. So this logic here, or 0. Or 0? Yes, or 0, because math.max needs it to be numeric. We can't pass it undefined. It would freak out and give us a nan. So it's of the current or the current word we're considering, which is counts.getCar. That looks good to me. Now, we're going to go and just assume that none of this code is bad. So assuming all this code is good, we're actually going to break the pseudocode in half here, because it's getting a bit long-winded. So that pseudocode belongs to this one. There comes the next block of pseudocode. We have const results equals a lovely new array for const word of words 1. Words 1, I said. Then create a count of all the characters in the word, so copy and paste exactly, actually. And then we need to go through the characters in word 1 counts, which, again, it's a little bit of copy and paste here. So this is the logic that I decided to off-put to future me. And future me is now present me, so now I need to figure out how this works. So essentially, if none of them broke, aka we have all the characters, or if one of them broke, So this definitely sounds like something that we can set a Boolean flag, flip it, and then at the end of the loop check if that flag has been flipped. Or we can use a every or a sum method of arrays. I just gotta figure out which one I want to do. So I want to, essentially both of them will terminate early, so both are doable. I just want to figure out how I want to describe it. So I want it to be truthy if all of the characters have the appropriate amount. So all would be every, so every is what we're going to do. So it's going to be counts keys. Now this isn't an array, this is an iterable, so we need to convert to an array. We'll use the spread syntax. Now that we have an array, we're going to say every, and this is going to start with car. So every, and then I have some logic down there. Maximum counts less than word 1 counts. So again, past me pushed it to future me, which is now present me. So it's going to be how many I need versus how many is available. So I need counts.getCar. So if I need less than or equal to how many are available, needed cars.getCar or 0, because that's the possibility. So this is good. I'd like to rename this. I'm not going to rename it. I want to rename it to available characters, but I don't know. I think it's good as is. So we have this logic. So if all of them were found, what are we going to do? It is a universal string. So we push it to our results. Result push word. And this is not going to work first try, but it's always fun to give it a run. It would help if we actually return our result array. So definitely not a first try, even close there. Okay, so this isn't working. Now our steps are go through this line by line, figure out exactly what's going wrong, or start debugging this. And I'm going to decide to debug this. So I'm going to go to VS Code, elite.js, because great as Code Wars is, does not make the best development experience. We're going to take the examples, which are right here, copy them, put them in our VS Code, do some multi-cursor magic to turn them into console logs. Let me turn all this on for y'all. So console log. What is our cool function name? Word subsets. And it takes in these parameters. And we're going to comment out the second one so we can read our Quokka output. That is how I'm going to run this. Well, any moment now. Quokka. Any moment, Quokka. You're more than welcome to show up. Quokka's got a little stage fright, it seems. I did see that connection error, so this is actually why I was a little late to today's stream, because internet. Thank you, Spectrum. So we're just going to do a little restart of VS Code. Sometimes that fixes it. Because most problems can be boiled down to turn it off and back on again. Ain't that right, folks? Okay, so see VS Code's still loading. We got all this stuff is missing. Just going to wait a few seconds. See, got a little more loading stuff. You do it, VS Code. Okay, it looks like it's ready. Going to try it again. Quokka start on current file. Okay, let's just see if we can get Node to run this. So Node can run it. Why can't Quokka? Not that I need this extension to debug it, but it makes life a lot easier. You know what? So whenever an extension's messing up, you can always go to its output and look at it. Absolutely amazing output. and tell it to stop and then start again. Hmm. Hmm. Uh-oh. I'm seeing a lot of network. I think my internet just died. Ah, man. Well, this ain't good. So that leads to our impromptu break, I suppose. Ah, dang. Unfortunately, there's not much I can do about the internet literally failing, so I can turn this off. It's not gonna fix anything, though. So yeah, we're gonna go back to a break screen. We'll just be on this for at least a few minutes. Let me turn this on. Oh, I know how to type. Here we go. Hopefully in some time the internet will fix itself. Welcome on back, folks. Although, considering we basically had a, 3 hour break, this might as well be a whole new stream. So, for those who don't know, I tried to do this like 2 or 3 hours ago. Spectrum Internet decided to go out for that time, so this is try number 2. Today we're going to be doing the leak code of the day, which fortunately I kind of already did a bit of it, but I didn't go on from where we left off at. Then we're going to be reviewing an Express app, going line by line into the libraries to see exactly how everything is working, making some changes to it, seeing what some features in this app does and does not do. Got a few things here. Few bugs that exist in its current implementation, because a lot of people are mentioning how it could be changed. Yeah, S-Relics, thanks for coming on back. Yeah, gotta give it a second attempt, right? What is that emote? Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, I appreciate the probably not here, but Devon or Dopen Talope for the follow during the meantime. They could have followed right as it went down, so appreciate that. Appreciate the same from No Caffeinary. Yeah, it's a good one for sure. Get that good animation on it, yeah. But yeah, we're going to jump back into the leak code. It's unfortunately a little bit solved already, but we didn't actually get it working, so it's a good time as any. So, just to re-describe it, the leak code is word subsets, given 2 arrays of strings, and a subset string is defined as a string if every letter in the needle can be found in the haystack, including multiplicity, meaning that W with 2 R's is a subset of warrior, because there's 1 W and 2 R's, but not of world, because there's only 1 R. Now, a universal subset is a subset from words 1, where it is a subset for every string in words 2. The best example is number 2 they have right here. Amazon, Apple, Facebook, Google, and leak code. And given the L and the E, Apple, Google, and leak code. Hey, Aaron, thanks for coming on by. Hope your Saturday's been going well. Those who don't know, Aaron does some pretty fun streams, all on Godot and other fun stuff. Hey, yes, that is you indeed, is it not? Yeah, we're just giving this stream a second try. Hopefully my internet survives. Be sure to send them your bones. If you don't know what that means, don't ask me, ask them. They need your bones. It's of utmost importance. But yeah, through the example of this one here, we see L and E. So while Facebook has an E, it does not have an L. Therefore, it does not go in the output array. Okay, well, you will be the messenger. Ask them, and then they'll point you to Ask Jag. Got a nice courier network here throughout all of Twitch. Is a network of bone delivery infrastructure. That's the reason for being here, ain't it? Yeah, as you can see from last partial stream, we kind of get the pseudocode for this, in which we create a mapping of all the characters to the maximum count we need for each character. So for the letter like O, we can see we need at least 2 O's, and throughout all of these. Even though there's 1 O over here, we need at least 2 O's. Which is, wait a minute. Yeah, which is why when we have 1 O, it passes both Facebook, leak code, and Google, because it is enough. It is under the maximum that we have available, which is 2. With that logic, we did the same thing to every individual word to check, okay, for every character that you have, do you require less than or equal to how many are available? And this didn't work. It did not work. So where we last left off was this leak code right here. Put the file in VS Code, turned on Quokka, and that's where we dropped. So, with that little recap out of the way, let's figure out why this ain't working. So, I got an empty array. It ain't supposed to be an empty array. So first, let's just make sure the needed characters is as it should be. So console log needed cars. So E and O. Okay. So words 2 is E and O. I think that's backwards. So it's supposed to be, I think I literally just iterated over the wrong array on both instances. Watch that be it. Oh, was that literally it? Okay, see the second example, which should be L and E. Ah, that's not. So my results are not what I want. For word 2 of words, result push word. Okay, so let's just console log the actual word, see what's up. Word. Empty string. I love me my empty string. There it is. It's E and O. This is not supposed to be E and O. It's supposed to be the other one. But it's supposed to be Amazon, Apple, Facebook, Google, and Elite Code. Not E and O. So it is supposed to be words 1. This is supposed to be words 2. So let's go back to there where we have E and O. Okay, so for every word in words 1, it needs to have at least 1 E and at least 2 O's. So now I just need to look at this word and its counts. There we go. So looking at Amazon, 2 A's, 1 M, 1 Z, 1 O, and 1 N. So I do believe needed characters is correct. We have 1 E. Right. This is a good one. So I wrote this super fancy every statement. Let's defancify that. Do it manually. So oh, that was actually a good thing. Is subset. Let's see if Copilot can write it for us. We don't need to think. We have Copilot. Okay, that's actually kind of what I was gonna write, though this literally isn't executing once, so things are a backward. So, well, actually, Amazon, Apple, no, but it's getting all of them. It needs to be for all of these. It needs to pass all of them. So it's studied to be over words 1. We have a counter of the current word. Then we check if the count of that is less than the needed count. Then we break, and only if we've gotten to the end, aka this thing is still true, do we push it to the array. Which is a question of why we actually have results. Because it never actually runs false. Okay, so let's take a simplified example. The example's too complicated, simplify it. So, if we have Amazon, we have the letter E, we should get back Amazon. Now this one obviously works, but if we have the letter P, we should get back nothing. But we're getting back Amazon. So let's see why that's so. So needed cars is E. So let's stop Quokka, go through this line by line. So open up our JS debugger, node delete, and put a breakpoint right up here. Because now at this point, the problem isn't the code, it is my pseudocode, so the logic behind it. If you have a word, now a universal superset is a string from A. If for every string B in words, B is a subset of A. So all the B's need to be in A's. So, no, wait a minute. If for every string, B is a subset of A. That is some good reverse logic, it feels like. Wait a minute, if all of the ones in B have to be in A, then the individuality of the ones in words 2 doesn't matter. So they can essentially be one giant word, which is what I have written right here. So yeah, I did do that part. A frequency map, basically, how often these certain characters occur. Seems right. Okay, let's skip to the end here. Make sure. I mean, it's only one character, so it shouldn't be too hard. Oh, the debugger was like, "Ha! I'm out of here." So let's relaunch the debugger. Don't know why it did that. So let's step through. Maybe I misclicked. There we go, for word of word ones. Then we have counts for this one word. Boom. So we have all the letters for this one. If we log it, we see them. Did I hit the wrong button again? Oh, I didn't. Okay, so console log is literally stopping the debugger from debugging. That's a fun factoid. Probably wouldn't happen to y'all's because I have dozens of extensions. They don't play together nice. But here we go. We have our counts, which is our map. Of A, M, Z, O, N, A2. The rest are ones. Now we go through all of the needed characters, when in reality, we need to be going through all of the characters that I have, that counts has. And this is where the default 0 needs to happen. Technically, we need to be going through all characters no matter what, which means both of these need to 0 out, which means we need to be going through the keys of both. So I can do that with a spread. So counts, keys, and needed cars, keys. Now I would like these to be unique, so put it in a set and put it back into an array. So new set. Well, at least I do believe a set is iterable with of, so this should be fine. Then we'll or 0 both of these, and order of operations paranoia. Put them in parentheses. Okay, that looks good in my book. Stop it and restart it. See if we make progress. Okay, so which character are we on now? We're on character A. Now, we have... So, P is there, so we don't have it. Well, it's going to be 0 or 0, so works fine. So eventually we're going to get to the character of P. So let's slowly make our way. Making our way. I can just look in the top right corner. There's the letter N. Ooh, and the letter P. And then we found it was not a subset. It failed, and it broke. Okay, I think this might be it, folks. Let's get Quokka back on the job. Let's see how this works for the real test case. Okay, Facebook, Google leak code. Apple, Google leak code. Hey, that looks good. Hey, Snowy Panda. Hope your Saturday's doing well. Welcome into the stream. We're just doing the leak code of the day. I think we may have just done it. You came just in time to see if the magic was written correctly. Abracadabra. So, we got past the example test cases. Always a relatively easy thing to do. Oh, nice. Not first try, because we had to jump to VS Code to figure it out, but this does work. Now, just for funsies, I would like to optimize this whole setting a Boolean flag and then unsetting it. So what I think I can do, the every call I wanted to do. So if I say this goes here, then I say every. So in order to say every, I need to convert the set back to an array. So it's like converting the iterables to an array, then converting the array to a set, and the set back to an array. Cannot get any more complicated than that. So now we want to say every car. Then we want this thing, so this is a falsy thing. It's like when this happens, bad. We want the inverted. Well, technically we do want when this happens bad, but we want, if the opposite of this continues to happen, all good. So the opposite of less than is greater than or equal to. And I think the unreadable line is complete. Our two examples are looking perfect. Ooh, hold on, look at counts. No, okay, we do need I was like, we can reduce one more variable. No, we can't. We can, however, return words one dot filter. Oh, Copilot's writing this stuff. Nope, Copilot went too far. It went to write readable code. We ain't doing that here. Now it's going to be return this thing. This is our filter, or our Boolean that determines if we keep the thing. And then close off our filter call. Checking our examples. They still look good to me. Okay, I don't think this is getting any smaller, at least. Oh, what's that parenthesis? What's this parenthesis doing? Parenthesis doing anything? It is not. It is an extra one. Again, let's break this down. Just free indentation, make it just a little more readable in this chaos. Just a smidge. Okay, now I do need count. Here's the thing. What am I using the character for? I'm using the character to get the value. So I'm using the key to get the value. The key itself has no... Sorry, motorcycles. Has no value to me except for its ability to get the actual value. So can I skip to getting the value? So right now I'm using set to remove the duplicates. Maybe more alignment up there. This might be the best I can do, honestly. Because I need to get rid of them, and then I need to transform them into their values. Yeah, this is the best it's going to get. Now, get word character counts. This is fine, because we do it twice. This time, though... Aha! So this is another point at which I'm using the key. Well, I'm using the key and the value. So instead of this, I can inline it to entries. And then I can say car. And what's the other thing? The other thing is count. Oh, didn't. Oh, there we go. then instead of saying counts get car, I can directly use the count. Example still looking good. Yep, no way to make this any better. I mean, I could smush to this into a reduce, but honestly, that would just look ugly. And yeah, I think this is about as good as we're gonna get. Yo, Epic Cat, thanks for the raid. Did you make any progress with that TypeScript React nonsense? Although it was more of React you were fighting with, not TypeScript. Those who don't know, Epic Cat, fellow 100 devers, does some pretty cool stuff. They were doing some React fun last I saw. I am glad you got it. I'm glad to hear that. And yeah, I mean, I can definitely see. I mean, it was a struggle, you know, for all them callbacks and this React. It was all the thing of like it was something being out of sync, right? That was the issue you're probably fighting. Hey, of course, yes, Relics there and fellow 100 devers. They were going for what, 6 hours at least, I think. Yeah, or 7 hours and 6 minutes. There you go. The use effect. Ew. Yeah, that is the the most complicated React hook there is, right? I think, I mean, you might have already gotten reference to the thing. But yeah, the beta docs on React, I think, has good use effect documentation. Somewhere around here. I don't know if you've seen the beta docs, but yeah, they've got pretty good documentation on how to use or when even not to use effects, which honestly is a big improvement over the initial one. So I don't know if you've seen this, but yeah, it's definitely a pretty good resource. Even helped me make more sense of it. But yeah, it can be complicated, that's for sure. We're over here we just finished the leak code of the day, actually, so we came in just in time for the project. Oh, I don't know, Epic Cat. Yeah, I know. It's gonna be like, okay, everyone, React is no longer popular, but we just finished the docs. I feel like that's what's gonna happen, you know? Just get that feeling of like the pace they're going. I don't know how React's going to be overtaken, but whatever's going to overtake it, that's going to be the push to get them docs finished. Yeah, folks, everyone knew we just did the leak code of the day. It was a little tedious, but the logic was basically subsets. So we need to find a word in words 2 that was always a subset of the word in words 1. So, a little bit of string math, not too bad. Yes, Svelte does want to take it. I mean, I haven't messed with Svelte since kind of their inception, but they might be doing some cool stuff now. Okay, folks, and with that leak code of the day done, Phoenix wants it. Oh, what is Phoenix? Phoenix. Huh. I've never heard of Phoenix. Sounds coming back from the dead. Phoenix framework. Okay, that's a different language. I mean, they think they got the solution, so yeah, good for them, I suppose. People like it a lot. Yeah. You're honestly the first time I'm hearing of it, Epic Cat. Ooh, Elixir. I've heard of that one. Elixir. Okay, so I guess it's not exactly. Okay, so it's a different kind of developer, yeah. Oh, it does, doesn't it? Oh, yeah. I just thought I'll use this cool font, the 7-segment font. And it's like, oh, yeah, this font doesn't do lowercase characters. My bad. Yeah, it's, time is not that free, so I was meant to do more, but I was like, okay, I'll just do the one thing. Because my whole overlay is now powered by Tau. So, which makes it, like, the whole purpose of it is it makes it, like, testable and stuff. So, I was able to test all this chat stuff without needing real people and doing workarounds. So that's why it works and it's not crashing the overlay. But yeah, didn't realize that was there, but we got got lots of ideas now. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Because we are always passionate here. That's what it means. But yeah, folks, so the next part of the stream, or the main part of this stream, will be reviewing and Express app. Sorry, I'm just updating the title. I know this is like, I'm supposed to be doing this all this time streaming. I'm just finally getting around to it. There we go, get that thingy updated. So essentially, for those who are in 100 devs, you've seen this before. This is the To-Do app. It's an app that essentially allows you to add, remove, that's about it really. You can add and remove and delete and update, so full cron operations on little to-do tasks. Our goal was to comment all this out. As you can see, we already got comments here. So that's not exactly what we're going to be doing this stream. With this stream is I'm going to go through this line by line in excruciating detail. It's like more detail than we would ever need. But it also shows the insights of how this stuff works. So this is where it begins. So we're going to start off with the README. It's a text file that people usually first come to install and add the database environment file. I already don't think I have it working right now, but I'll do that later. Where we're going to next start to is the package.json. This is the core file of any Node.js application. If you see a package.json, it's a Node.js application. It contains a bunch of meta information, name, version, description. It contains the primary entry point to the program, which is basically saying, where's the beginning file? If I were to run this, what file would I run first? You can leave this outdated or correct it. It's probably best to correct it to what it actually is, but as you've seen, it doesn't matter until you begin to deploy and pass through other tools if you leave this outdated. Then we have scripts, which is a mapping of keywords to saved commands. Essentially aliases them for you. So instead of running a long command, you can say npm run this name to do all this long stuff here. Hey Ryan, thanks for coming on by. Hope your Saturday's been going well so far. And then we have a few other fields, more meta information. There's tons more to add, tons more to come in. Author and particular license. And the more important part is the dependencies. Essentially, you can tell just by looking at this file all the modules that your current npm package depends on. And you can actually hover over them. They'll give you a little link to follow if you like. So it takes you straight to it. Oh, nice, Ryan. Especially in this heat, right? Oh, lovely. Glad you had a great day so far. Yeah, these are all the package names, and these are all the versions. Now, for the regex experts among us, you'll recognize that this little character looks like, oh, it's the beginning of the string. Well, this isn't exactly a regular expression. This is basically saying, at least this version, but I will accept higher or something. Like there's a schema where you can define versions. We don't need to care about that. We just need to know it's this version that it wants. Then you have package lock.json. This is essentially everything that these modules depend on. This gives you an exact state. So if you take this package lock JSON with the package JSON to another place and run npm install, it will install the exact versions of all the things you wanted and the exact versions of all the things that you wanted that they needed. So it's like a tree. Depends, gives you everything that it needs, and then everything the next module needs, everything that the next module needs. Package lock ensures that if you go to reinstall it anywhere else, you get the exact versions. Reproducibility. Our getignore, not necessarily Node.js specific, but you give a list of file names or file patterns to this, each on their own line, and get literally ignores it. So if I were to remove my .env, you can see that, well, you see that didn't do anything because I have a global getignore. But if we add another file, and you can see in my source control window that it detected another file. A new file called another file is created. You can see the exact same information in the get status command. But when you add these file name here to our getignore, it's no longer being detected. Git literally does not see this. And do note that this does not mean that it can't be in the repo. Watch. Do git add another file. I get no tab completion because it is in getignore. And Git's like, well, are you sure you want to do that? I've been told not to do that. So if you run the -f parameter, or you remove it and then add it, then put it back in your getignore, you're going to notice that even though it's in my getignore, it's still been staged. So remember, getignore is not a list of files that can never be in the repository. It's a list of files that it will prevent you from accidentally adding. But once you've got it added, getignore basically doesn't do anything anymore. Because I saw a lot of folks being like, I have it in my getignore, how did it make it out there? Because getignore prevents the accidental addition, not like you can override it by actually adding it before or forcing it to be added. Then you got environment variables, you have your key, an equal sign, and then the value. You can put this in quotes, you can also not put this in quotes. It's up to you, stylistic choice. Now with that, we're on to the actual code. Now I'm going to use the VS Code built-in JavaScript debugger. This allows me to do is just node server.js, and automatically it starts debugging it. How did I get here? Let me close it off and show you again. Hey, C-Films. Hey, I know you, I do know you, and you know me. Those don't know, C-Films, another fellow hunter dever, does some pretty cool streams. The expert on movies and stuff on Twitch. Hope your Saturday's been going well, by the way. But yeah, folks, to get to the JavaScript debug terminal, what you do is this little... Actually, there might be another thing. So you can like enter it up in the command palette, JavaScript debug terminal. It creates one for you. Or if you're not all typey, you go to where you have your current terminal name. This will be named whatever your terminal is. You got the plus. This is how you make new ones. You can just click that plus all you like. But beside the plus, we have a little drop down for launch profile. Now if you click this, you're going to see all the terminals you have available to you. So your WSL, your bash, your get bash, they'll all be here if VS Code can find it. And then JavaScript debug terminal. That's what we want. It's a special terminal that any Node.js application you execute in it, VS Code will automatically start debugging. Hey, IDK Mega, thanks for the follow. Hope your Saturday is going well. Now, the number one thing in all debugging of applications is that you need to assign a breakpoint. Basically, something that will tell the code to stop and pause and begin the debugging process. It can be a breakpoint, or it can be the word debugger. Two different ways to do that. If you have access to your editor, you use the breakpoint. If for some reason you don't, just if you don't in general, you can use the word debugger. Exact same effect, just different ways to do so. Now here we go. First line, folks. Right here at the top of the line. So just to make this UI more obvious, the yellow line is the line we are about to execute. Yeah, that sounds great, Mega. Yeah, mine's been good too. A little bit of internet issues, but it seems we have moved past that. Oh, that sounds cool. See films, new update and change. Why would I want to break a point? I suppose we want to make points, not break points, right? See films, but that's what they're calling here. So yeah, folks, the yellow line is a line we are about to execute. So technically, we've only executed line 1, which is a comment, so nothing's happened. And in the debugger, we have access to all of our variables and scopes and stuff. This is essentially just a view of everything we already had before. I got a typo in my title. Oh no. I see that. I appreciate it. How do you know that wasn't left there on purpose though, huh? To get people in, right? Imagine that. That was a typo though. It was JavaScript, not JavaScript. No, JavaScript, that's the new language. It's going to take over JavaScript. You just wait. Appreciate the assist though there, Mega. But yeah, first line, we have our Express app. We are, as you can see, assigning the import Express module to the constant variable Express. But how is it doing that? I appreciate it, yeah. 4D chess. That's right, whoa, dude. I mean, I learned from the best, right? That's what Leon does. So I just clicked the step in, and that took me into the code. I mean, it did get you in here, so maybe that is a strategy. Okay, see films, renaming your filming locations table to a cities table. Yeah, I mean, you do kind of have that going on, right? Your all the different cities. Yeah, maybe you can like do a badge or an indicator on your cities table, indicating like, I don't know, how many movies were filmed there or something. So you still have the filming information, just not being the focus. That'll be a way. But yeah, as you can see, I stepped in, and now we are in the dreaded Node Modules folder. We don't go in here often, but we're going to go in here just to see how things work. So when you import Express, it goes to this file, which imports another file. So if we step in again, hey, that's not wrong, Ryan. As you can see, when we go in here, we're in another file with lots of stuff in here. So we're not going to go through literally every line of this. But you can see it's importing lots of fun stuff. Then it's exporting create application. It's this little function right here. Then if we go on, it's also exporting other stuff. Request, response, route. So it's basically exporting everything you'd ever want to use. Look at that. That's our express.json method. Express.url method. Express.static method. They're all right here. This is how it exports it. And you can see a number of these things aren't even Express. They're just other libraries that Express imports and then literally exports. Doesn't do anything at all. Just makes it more easily accessible to us. And then we do some stuff like that. Don't know. Then we're all the way back home. That was the first line. We were just importing the thing. So we imported Express, and then Express imported a bunch of internal modules and a bunch of other modules like body parser, serve static, and other things. And then it exported that to us. So if we look at Express, you can now see these are all the things. So everything we saw touch export, they're all here. And Express itself is a function called create application. What's that function do? We're about to find out. So we're assigning the newly created Express application to the constant variable app. This is very similar to a constructor, except that you don't have the capital E and you don't have the new syntax. Why? Well, that wasn't, I mean, it's a pattern that exists now, but not necessarily a pattern that always existed or a pattern that's necessary to exist. So this is that create application function we saw earlier. It's declaring app as a function that calls app.handle. Then we're adding some mixins. Now this is essentially a different kind of prototypal inheritance. Now we know prototypal inheritance as things have what their prototype gives them access to. This is essentially kind of like that, but it's not linear. It's combining them all into one thing. So it's saying app can do everything the event emitter can do, and app can do everything this proto can do, which has a lot of the built-in stuff from Express, like get. See, that's the function we use a lot to declare get handlers. It's in there. Don't really need to worry about it though. Should you remove people's birth locations and connect them to a cities table? You know, that would be a more way to link all the data together, see films. I think, yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't be able to do that, because everyone's birth locations is at least a city. Express is a clothing store. I mean, you're not wrong. I'm sure there's an actual Express clothing store, though, right? That's what you're referencing. Yeah, then we can see we're setting the request to this thing, the response to that thing, so we're just setting all these things to things, and then we're calling initialize, which might do some interesting stuff. Cache, engines, settings, and then it does some default configuration stuff. What's default configuration? It figures out what if we're in development mode or not, and then it does some setting, much like how we do some setting. So first it enables this little thing which basically adds a header to all requests. It does some other things. It sets the query parser to extended. Now the query parser is when you make a URL, so you could say URL path key equals value. This is the query part of the string. These are query parameters. The query parser will parse these, and as we know from a previous time, extended basically is what flavor of queries basically it wants to parse. Extended basically means you can create arrays and objects by saying key 0 equals value and key 1 equals value 2. And this will become an array of it'll become an object. Oh, come on, Copilot. There you go. It'll become an object, which is an array of key 0 and key 1's values. Then it does some other stuff, subdomain, trust proxy, all kinds of fun stuff. We're not really interested in that. Ooh, white space sensitive and semicolon based C films. Interesting. Then we do some on mount stuff for more stuff we don't really care about. Doing lots of other stuff. And then here, look at this, setting our views folder. So a lot of people are wondering, how does it always know to look for the views folder? So in this example right here, it knows to look for views folder because it's set by default right here. This is where it's set. Which means you can change it by calling app.setViews to your favorite name, templates, EJS, whatever you want to call it. But by default, it is views, and that's being set right here. Then we're doing some other stuff, nothing interesting. You can see we're finally coming out of all these steps. We made it all the way back up. So that was the creation of our Express application. Basically creating it, setting a bunch of defaults, hooking things up. Next we got the Mongo client, which is requiring the MongoDB module and then accessing the .Mongo client class, extracting that to the Mongo client constant variable. How does it do that? You're going to see this is like the almost second to last time we're going to look in someone else's module, folks. You're going to start seeing the pattern real soon. So we jump in here and there's a bunch of stuff. Then we're going to jump into a Mongo client, which has more stuff. Look at all this stuff. So much stuff. The more important thing is way down here, past all the JS doc type definitions, is Mongo client. So Mongo client, as you can see here by the capital M, this is a class. You can see it also calls itself with a new Mongo client. Now we'll come here later to see how it does the connection, but for now we are just importing this. So we can see it gets as a connect function, and just like Express, it takes that function and it adds a bunch of properties to it. Mongo error, all this other stuff to it. So it adds it to a function. So when we step out, we can see any moment now. Any moment. VS Code will show us that this is the class, but we originally imported the connect function. And then this ain't too crazy. We're assigning the port number 2121 to the constant variable port. Now a lot of people have asked, okay, this is all capitals because it's constant and unchanging. Why is Mongo client not all caps? Or why is app not all caps? Why is Express not all caps? They're also constants and they're also not changing. The reason, or at least the standard that we're all following, that this one is all caps, and these are not all caps, are, as far as I'm aware, because these are primitive. So this is a primitive value, and when you declare it to a constant variable, then you do it all caps. So if you do another thing equals true, see, that would also work because Boolean is a primitive. But then if you did something, so the next example of this same thing being followed is environment variables. Their keys are always capitals. They don't need to be, but this is the standard. It's a standard because their values are always primitive. So that is the pattern for those who are like when to versus when to not capitalize your constants. The general pattern is capitalize your constant if it is storing a primitive value. Hey, of course, Mega, catch you when you can. And let's see films. So that's how you're going to delimit your operations, films with semicolons. I mean, yeah, you gotta separate them somehow. Semicolons, new lines. It's gotta be a way to do it, right? That's how most JavaScript minification works, right? It just adds semicolons and shoves it all in one line. Here's the last module we go into, folks. Calling the config method on the imported .env module, loading the environment variables from the period env file into process env. This is the first one that's actually interesting. We're going to see how it actually does this instead of just being like, oh, we import stuff and we export stuff. We're going to do stuff here. After, of course, we import and export stuff. So we get the file, we get the path. As you can see, it uses regex under the hood. Thankfully, we didn't write the regex. We can trust that they people who did write it wrote it well. And wow, that was quick, wasn't it? We're going straight to the export. So we export a config method and a parse method. Not very exciting. So more imports, more exports. This is the pattern of calling require on stuff. But now we're going to call our first real code that doesn't belong to us. Config. How does it work? If I move to a cities table, I have to add more cities to that table. I mean, yeah, film, that's the cost of migrating the data over. But the benefit is that the data will be less duplicated overall. But then you have to create more data to reduce duplication. So, plus they'll be actually linked together. So when the actor is like, this is a city, or there's a film location like this is a city, it'll be directly linkable. You might not have any information there, but you can directly link to it then, films. Okay, now we're in the config method of our .env module, and you'll notice these little things here. I don't know what these are exactly, but I'm pretty sure they're like some form of TypeScript typing, comment-only syntax. You can see that they're here though. And we declare three variables. .env path, which is which is our path, and then there's a .env period env after it. So as you can see, it looks at the current working directory and just adds the period env file name after it. So a lot of people ask, oh, can I just have the .env file anywhere? Like, can I put it in my views folder or my public folder? No. As you can see, it is looking specifically inside the root and for the .env to be inside the root of your project. Now you can customize it and say, oh, look somewhere else, but by default, it looks right here. Now we got some fun stuff. We didn't set any options, so right here is how you would set the options. So if you pass an options object with a path property, it will look there instead. That's what we all want, right, C-Films? Simple to understand. And then, this is the fun part, it's actually going to do the logic. So, it reads the file at this location with this encoding, debugging set to whatever, and passes it to this parse method, which it created itself. So if we step in, we're now in the parse method, and we step through, we step in. You can see we did a split on this thing, and we have a line and index. So basically, it splits it for every line. So for every line in the file, run this for each code. What's this for each code do? Well, first, it gets a key value array. So it does some more magic regular expressions to split this into an array of the original value, the key, and the value. So essentially, the stuff on the left side of the equal sign, the stuff on the right side of the equal sign. And if it don't mess up, then it gets all this stuff out, and it extracts your key to this variable and the value to this value or empty string. So fun fact, we can see by this right here, if you don't provide anything after the equal sign, it defaults to an empty string. So if you provide an environment variable without a value, the default value is empty string. Then here we can see some quote logic. So is double quoted is false because it's not. Is single quote is true because it is true. And what's it do with these quotes? So it takes the value, which as you can see is single quoted, and it gets rid of them. And apparently there's like more logic with double quotes. They can handle new line characters. We ain't here for that. But then what it does is it saves it into its little object that's going to return later. So key value goes into the object like so. Now our object has a key of db string and a value of the string after the equal sign, quotes removed. That's right, C-Films, you get one extra character on your hello world statement. Can you live with it? Again, that parse method returns parsed. So then what parsed is done is we go through all the keys of it. We step in. So now we have the key, db string, and we're checking if that already exists in process env. If it doesn't, then it sets it. So this also shows another behavior of it. If you have already set the environment variable through however means you want to do, command line, however you want to do it, and there's an env file, the precedence is that externally set environment variables take priority. So the env file will not override a value if it's already there. This is interesting if you deploy to Heroku, you use the dashboard to set it, and then you push a .env file about like to try to override the settings, the .env file will not work. Yeah, C-Films, I remember. Yeah, Ryan, I remember that conversation. It's just, you can minify it all to death, you know? Yeah, I'm glad to see you can live with it, C-Films. You can live with one extra character this time. And then that was it. So that was the first bit of logic that was out of our control we got to demonstrate. So last bit of review before we move on to the next bit of code. Let me undo my changes here. Yeah. Fun fact, you can modify their library code, just won't persist. So what .env does is it looks at this file by default, goes through every line, splits by every line, attempts to parse out the stuff before and after the equal sign, If there are quotes around the value, it gets rid of those, and it defaults to an empty string otherwise. With all that, we're getting a little bit closer to our application code. So we're declaring our three immutable variables: the database connection string, and the database name. Database connection string we're getting from process env db string, which is possible because we called this config method before accessing process env. Here comes our next one, folks. Mongo client connect. So let's step on here. You can see we get a lot of stuff. This is a static method. You can tell because we're not attached to the prototype, where we essentially get all the things. So we get there's no callback. We get options, which is use unified topology, and not much else. We have our URL and we pass it to the constructor for a new Mongo client. So when we call connect, it creates a new client and then it calls connect on that new client. So it's not really doing the connection, it's passing it on to the actual client connection, which we can step into and look. This doesn't really do anything, it just sets initial state. So we'll skip out of this, and then we skip to the real connection. Yeah, I would definitely agree with you on that, C-Films. I would much rather see semicolons than the word end or anything that's not one character. And now we're on the promise, the connect method of our Mongo client, which does some more logic, and then does the thing that confuses a lot of people, a maybe promise. So the logic here is that if you had passed this a callback, which remember used to be the only way back in the day, then this returns nothing. But if you modernly do not pass it a callback, this returns a promise. This mutability of it, like the return depends on the parameters, is the reason why for those who attempted to use await connect, VS Code complained, because it can't realize that if you're not passing a callback, it will always be a promise. All it sees is sometimes promise, sometimes not promise. But this logic here, we're not going to step into it too much. We'll just look into a little bit of it and we'll see if the callback is not a function, it returns a new promise, which we have recognized before. The only difference is that it's calling promise library, because back in the day, promises were not standard. So what this does is you can use other libraries to implement promises, like blue something. I can't remember the other ones. But this supported all of them, or you can see it defaults to the now built-in promise. So if you didn't pass a callback function, you get a promise back. If you did pass a callback function, you see it's callback hell basically. If you're passing a thing with an error, then you're passing it to a callback with an error, or a callback with an error in response. We love callbacks, don't we, folks? We do not. So that is the branch decision little helper that Mongo has written for us, and this is used for almost all of their methods, because all of them support callbacks, because don't want to abandon old code, but they also support promises, because the future. And then we're getting to actually connecting to the database, which I don't think we're going to get to because timing information. And let's actually run the code, see if my database is working. Yeah, my database is not. Oh, there it is. So yeah, my database did eventually connect. So go to then. See, I had to remain to let the code run because timings. And now we have the client, which is the one that was exactly constructed. Then we can step to the next one because that's a console log. And if we step into this, we can see what this little DB method does. Yeah, for sure, C-Films, that's what I was mentioning about. Like, it would all become much more interconnected, man. But yeah, if we step into this, we can see it's got a nice description. Create a new database instance, sharing a connection, blah, blah, blah. So lots of logic here, lots of options here. All we really care about is that it collects the stuff, it does more stuff. if you've already asked for the database, it just gets it out of cache. So for those who are kind of freaking out that we call collection multiple times, like, are we asking, like, are we reconnecting the thing 10 different times? We'll see it later, but we can already see it here that it uses a cache. So once you ask for it, it will make a new connection or a new thing to store it, and then once you ask for it again, it will just use the last one. So you don't need to worry too much about that. And then we do the actual construction, which, let's see, it does lots of stuff, sets lots of internal state, it makes sure the database name is valid, it does a lot more stuff. Thankfully, we don't really care about that stuff. Then it adds it to the cache. And with that is what it does when it connects to the database. So it connects to it, then it assigns it to the DB value, which is globally scoped. Is Mongo an animal? Mongoose is an animal. Ain't that? We know that one, C films, but Mongo, I don't think so. And that was this block and this connect function. Now, we're going to restart it so we can actually go to the next part of Express. So, stop and start. So the next line is, not that one, this one, where we call set view engine EJS. So what this does, and this can be a little confusing, but what it does is it sets the default engine extension, allowing us to omit the extension when specifying view names. So you see how it says index EJS? If we wanted to say just index, then we would need this set view engine to EJS, and it would automatically add EJS to it. But if we are being explicit in saying index.ejs, and I'll go ahead and actually demonstrate this by stopping and starting it with this commented out, we will see, well, we won't see there because I have a breakpoint, that once we go to our database, nope, those are numbers, it still works. So why is it still working when we didn't set the view engine? Because this is the extension, and since we were explicit when we said .render, it doesn't really need to know. Now if you use other view engines, you may need to set this. Remember, it's a good practice to do this. I'm not saying don't, I'm just being accurate in saying what this is actually doing for us. Because now, if we're like, well, what if I don't want to have the extension anymore? Let's stop it, start it, and see what happens. So I'm just saying render index, and it can't figure it out. It's trying, but it's like, I don't know what you're looking for. It even tells you the error. No default engine was specified, and no extension provided. So you need to do one of these things. Again, it's a good practice to actually set the engine, so not only is it set so you can just say index, but also it's much more readable than people having to look through your code to be like, what templating engine are they using? Yeah, C films would be fine if filming locations and birth locations are both connected to the cities table. I would say more than fine. Yeah, that would very much tightly link the data together. You don't have to, but it would be much more linked together. Now that they're linked together, you can literally create anchors between them accurately without having to worry about, does this city page exist for location and filming locations? See, I definitely go for it, unless there are more what would you say, prudent tasks that need your time. But yeah, I'd give it a shot. Now here comes our first middleware, folks. app.use express static public. Let's step into this, see what happens. So first, we're creating our static serving middleware, which, as you can see, we're now in the serve static module, which is one that Express didn't create. They just imported and exported for our convenience. So we see lots of stuff going in here. We need a root. Root has to be a string. Does lots of stuff. Yeah, lots of things, headers, max age, does a lot of cool stuff. And then here we have some more logic. It can handle non-roots, then the actual method it creates. So this is a higher order function. This is a function that when you call it, it returns another function, a higher order function. Yes, Jim, I fixed the internet. Backups have been restored. Everything's back online, and it has been actually very stable. Yeah. Thanks for coming on by. Thanks for coming on back, rather. Yeah. Well, okay, then see films, and you kind of know what you need to do. You can't do those table updates till you do that other thing. Nice. Yeah, based. I was like, the based updates. Like, man, I've called my update some things. I never called an update based. But yeah, Jim, we finished the leak code, and now we're going through the Express app line by line. There we go. So now we have the function, which was created by our serve static middleware right here. This is where it's at. And now we are passing it to app.use. So first we're doing some default stuff. Offset and path. So the default path for this is the root. I knew C films, I figured that part out. So first it's like, if you didn't use a function, like if you use an array of functions or weird stuff, handles all different types of usages. But we're going to assume you used a function. And then it flattens it, does some routing logic. Then for every function, it adds it kind of to the router. Again, this isn't necessarily we need to be concerned about. It's just, it does cool stuff. So it takes the router and it says, for this location, run this function. It adds it to the stack or the conveyor belt as it's been described in other analogies. Okay, lots of fun logic, doing all the things, creating layers, all this stuff. We don't really need to care about it. Then it pushes it to the stack. Now let's look at this stack variable. It's already got two things in it. One is query. This parses query parameters. So you know why we never need to tell Express how to parse query parameters? Because it's in here by default. It does this for free. Then we have some Express init stuff, which is stuff it does on its own. They'll come back later. And then we're basically finishing app use, slowly making our way back out, and we are out. Now, this is going to look a lot similar, these next two calls. The Express URL encoded. This takes any specifically www form URL encoded content. So any request of a content type of this, which is by default a form submission, and it parses it, adding it to the request.body. We'll see this be done later, but just for now, we'll look at the creation. You can see we are in the body parser library. So again, this isn't something built into Express. This is something that Express imports and then exports for our convenience. So those old tutorials where you see them directly import body parser, the effect is the same, folks. It's just now it's bundled with Express for your convenience. And we can see we got lots of logic here, setting all the default stuff. Look at all this lovely default stuff. And then here is the appropriate query parser. So if you're using the extended syntax, it uses the extended parser. Otherwise, it uses the simple parser. And then it does more stuff. And just like the other ones, this returns a function that takes a request or response and a next. We're starting to see a pattern here. All of these middleware functions, so these functions that we call to make middleware, they always return another function that takes a request or response and a next. This is the middleware pattern. And that doesn't actually run yet, so it goes in, and now it's added to the stack. And Express JSON, the last of the middleware, you're going to see again, just like the last one, it's in the body parser module, so not given to us by Express, but Express imports it and exports it for our convenience, sets a lot of stuff up. There's the content type it looks for, just like the other one. They are from the same library, so it's not too surprising. They look basically the same, and as it's a middleware, it's a higher order function that returns a function that takes a request, a response, and a next, and does stuff to it. Now with that, we are done with the middlewares, and we get to add our own. Now, we don't call these middlewares, we call these request handlers. But as far as Express sees, they're essentially middlewares. The only difference is that instead of being executed on all of the path, which remember, we saw the default parameter, these can be rewritten as this. Like, this is what's happening on the inside, though this is hidden away for our convenience. So the only difference here is that instead of it being for all route methods, it's for explicitly the get method. So we get to see how that's added. That jumps us straight to this line. It's like, how do we get there? So it says on app method, declare function path that gets the method and does some lazy router logic. So again, more routing logic we don't really need to care about, but it creates it, adds it, does all kinds of fun stuff to it. And then here we get to note this again. It adds to the stack. So looking at the stack already, it's got 3 new things. It's got the serve static, the URL encoded parser, and the JSON parser. And it's about to get our own little function, which is bound dispatch. Now it's weirdly named because we didn't give it a name. As you can tell, this function has no name. So for readability's sake, I'm going to give this a name. Homepage. Which means I am de-arrow functioning it, but just for readability, folks. I'm going to do this to the other 2 also. Function add to do. Yeah, you know it. Function mark complete. Just for readability's sake, folks. Function mark uncomplete. And I believe the last one is delete. And boom. Box will add 1 to this here. Function on listen. Just for readability, folks. Boom. And with that, they're all nicely named. And this is actually where we're going to stop looking at the server code for a bit, because we have essentially, or at least looking at the rest of these, because they all look the same. So the get for this path and the post for this one, it's the exact same process. The only difference is that the URL is going to change and the method name is going to change. Everything else is identical. So I'm not going to show you how each of these get added to the stack. We're actually going to be taking our break. And when we come back, we're going to actually jump into this method right here. We're going to jump into our homepage method to see how it does what it does. And we're not going to jump just into this method. We're going to jump into the conveyor belt, as it's been called, or the pipeline of all the middlewares. We're going to do this by adding our own middleware. App use rec res next, and we call next. So what this is going to do is give us a nice point to put a little red dot, which is a little break point. So when the code comes here, we can halt it, then we can step into it. Now that, folks, is for after the break. So with that, be sure to take a break if you can. Hydrate, stretch, relax. I'll catch y'all on the other side. Oh, welcome on back, folks. Comes the end of our break. Those who don't know, there is a cool streamer, Ken, aka Frosty. You have another, they're in the chat right now. They're a fellow 100 dever. I believe they're actually from cohort 1. They're doing some cool stream stuff right now. Stream Raiders. I think that's a game. Play with chat and stuff. So feel free to go over there and give them support. At least say hello. They also developed a cool game that you can play with channel redemptions. So if you're curious about what I mean by that, feel free to check them out. And I love Twitch captions. That's not what I meant you to show up. And hey, Tatva5, thanks for coming on by. Thanks for the follow too. Hope your Saturday has been going well. Now for this one, yeah, I think we're gonna keep going a little bit. We'll do the Code Wars maybe at the end of this or the next one, because we were so close to actually running this code right here. And I would like us to get into the code. So we're jumping right back in it, folks. Oh, where's my timer? There it is. I'll set a little shorter one this time. And as you can see, the code is running. You can tell because we have a pause button and nothing's happening. So we're going to go here. I'm going to make a request to the root, the / endpoint. So there's no / here, but there is technically a / here. It's just hidden from us for our convenience. So we go here, boom, code is stopped. Look at the browser. The browser's spinning. Firefox does this instead, but the browser is making the request and it's waiting. It's waiting because I paused the server. So now we are in here, our custom little handler. We're not doing anything, but we can look at the request. Got lots of stuff here. The response, lots of stuff here. We don't care about either of those. We want to enter the route handler. We can do this by stepping in to the next function. Hey, JSON Born. How's it going? Hope your Saturday's been going well. We're just tearing this Express app apart piece by piece of code. But yeah, that next function was this next function. Well, of course, yeah, imagine you could, JSON. Because, yeah, you know, a lot of people, like, we've done this to-do app, a lot of us in 100 devs, but, you know, I figured we'd actually go through it bit by bit to see what all the parts are doing. So, we are at the top of the middleware, actually, and we're stepping through all of what we had here. It's doing a lot of stuff. We don't need to care about all this stuff. It gets the path name, and then this is the part that actually traverses through all the middlewares, folks. So these three variables, we have the layer, the match, and the route. So the route is not in this case, but it does say that it did match. So this is the logic to say, do we execute this particular layer? And what is this layer? This is serve static. So looking at this stack, these are all the things we have added. Our query, our express initialization, our anonymous function, which we used as the entry point, and serve static. So serve static is the current one it's attempting to use. Notice that this one is after our anonymous one. So it's going to try to do that. So we're going to skip through all these checks and stuff. There are a lot of checks here. And it's going to call one of these. I don't know which one, so we're going to skip through to there. Skip through to there. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff going around here. Yeah, JSON board, this is like very old code, so yeah, it's not all modern stuff. It's old code. It don't get updated unless it needs to be. So yeah, back in the day, they used var, because it's all that existed. AX metrics, yeah. C# people love var. Yeah, I imagine they do. Hope your Saturday's been going well. We're over here just debugging the innards of Express and how it really uses all our cool functions. So we can see it checks if there's an error. If there's an error, it whoops it over there. There's no error. Passes it to another thing. Yeah, metrics. That's right. That was what happened. var never dies. It only moves languages. I wonder who was gonna C# gonna move it to. Aw, that's nice. Appreciate that. Those who don't know, Rufio, awesome 100 dev streamer, does some cool stuff. They were just vibing last time, but yeah, it's always a good time being there. I appreciate that, Jason. I'll have to give him thanks next time I see him. But yeah, we have this little bit of code here, so we've got all the way to handle request. So we can see it does a weird length check, which, for those who remember me fighting this is the weird thing it does. If you have more than 3 arguments to your function, it does this. Very weird stuff. But here is our function. Well, it's not our function. It's a function we put in the thing called serve static, and it's going to pass it the current request, the current response, and some other stuff. Yeah, I mean, compromise the best way to get along, right? So we're going to step into this function, and hey, this is that serve static function we returned earlier. We're now inside of it. Now it's going to do some logic here and be like, okay, if we're not a get and we're not a head, then we're going into this block, which is like, you can only make a static request accepting get or head. Otherwise, it's going to do some logic here, try to find all this stuff, do parsing of path, URL, lots of stuff we don't really care about. And then, what's this doing? It's a good question, folks. What does this do? Creates a send stream. Don't know what that is. Dictionary handler. Okay, so this is basically the way that it finds the files. So again, we're not here to figure out how all the individual pieces work. We're here to see how Express puts them together. So this does the logic of trying to find it, piping all that fun stuff around. All that fun stuff about. So it's basically trying to find if a file exists. Lots of fun stuff. It also does protection, so you can't escape the sandbox. Again, it's a very complicated library, but that is what it does. We have to actually go back, because I don't want to miss the next thing that happens. So we're going to our next thing in the stack. We can see because we have now moved on to the URL encoded parser. Now it's going to parse the URL. We'll come back to this later, but there's nothing actual in the URL to parse. So that's when I will demonstrate it. The next one is the bound dispatch. You can see it's bound to the get method at this one, and this is our home page function. So we're actually going to follow this one through. I think it takes us to handle a request, which if we look at our function is bounded dispatch, because they wrapped our thing up all around. But once we go inside of it, it goes to dispatch. So this is, again, more router logic. We don't really need to worry about it. But you can see that this is route specifically for the / route, where we have our homepage function, which will eventually get called somewhere around here. I think right here. Any moment now. There we go. So we have another handle request. Looks a lot the same. Again, this is the code they've written. So we're gonna jump into here, and then our function is homepage. So finally, we made it to the function that we wrote, which if we step into, this is it. We finally made our way back to our function. So all of that just to pass through static, your own encoded, JSON. So it went through all of them and it executed all of their code on our request, and then it executes our code. That is how the middlewares work. And we can see that it's not all that crazy. It's just an array that we slowly move forward through. Lots of complicated old code stuff around it, but At its core, it's an array. Now here, we're getting more back to the basics where we are accessing the to-dos collection. We're calling the find method, which will give us all of the objects because we pass no filter. And then toArray, which will give it to us as an array, and a promise that will resolve to an array, so we need to await it. Now, debugging doesn't really love async await that well. It doesn't work beautifully with it, but we can get through all this part easily. So first we're getting the collection, accessing, lots of accessing stuff, just setting up options, nothing too crazy at this point. Same thing every other library has done. Set up options and merge stuff. So there's a lot of them here apparently. I mean, look at all these keys. So it needs to set all this internal stuff for magic to happen. We're just gonna skip down to here. And then we have our execution where it creates a new collection. So as you can see, while the database was cached, I don't see any caching here. So you can access the same database dozens of times. I just hit the restart button. Nope, I didn't. When you access a collection, we're going to see actually, there is no cache. So if you wanted to be real fancy, you could optimize this away, and here's another example of the callback behavior still being supported. If you give us a callback, we'll call the callback. Otherwise, we return the collection always. So again, callbacks is still supported here, folks. There, now we have the collection, and we're going to call .find on it. So this is something, so we get some warning here. Don't really care about this. And then toArray. Okay, so we missed find, but we got toArray, which is, again, returning a maybe promise, accessing the cursor, which is the internal stuff, calling all the fun stuff on it. Again, we're not here to figure out how Mongoose works, or MongoDB rather, just to see how it interacts with our logic here. Now we could step through this again, but it will be essentially identical to what we just stepped through before. So I'm not going to show that part, but this part, so we have to-do items is an array of objects. The array is empty, so it's not the best example. We have items left as the number of documents that match this filter. This filter being has a property of completed that has a value of false. Now response.render index EJS, we're going to pass it this options object. In the EJS scenario, this options object becomes all the variables available inside our EJS. Now we're going to step in, well, I'm going to try to do something. I got no guarantee this is going to work. So we got some code here, and I'm just going to be like, see if this works. So add some EJS. I have no idea if this is going to work. You can use the debugger statement. Who knows what's going to happen there. So in the interest of that, we're going to start. Would you look at that? We have actually entered the EJS debugger code. It's crazy. It's barely readable, but this is what it makes. We can see there's our code, and there's adding of new lines, setting of numbers, adding of our text, there's your logic, there's your else. So it's all here, folks. It's just this is what EJS does to your code. It takes your HTML, puts it in the strings, and just generates this thing. It's crazy, but this is what it is. So if you wanted to know, now you do. And just for simplicity, because we've already gone through all of this, I'm going to remove all the breakpoints at this point. Zoom along. And while that was a good dive into EJS, it did make us skip something. So we're coming back to right here. And we're going to our EJS file and removing our debugger from right there. Now let's make a refresh here, and we're back here. Now we're going to see how Express passes our stuff to EJS, because we kind of skipped that middle stuff there. So we pass it, view, options, and a callback. Now, we ain't in callback territory, so no callback here. But we get this stuff, so again, lots of declaring your variables, accessing of things, all that fun stuff. And then it calls app.render with all of these things it collected. And this does more stuff. Oh, for sure, Jim. I thought I said that at the top. Maybe I didn't. Yeah, the assignment was just for the comments, for sure, Jim. I'm just going, to just give a deepened understanding. Like, obviously, we're not meant to understand all of these details. But seeing how this stuff works, at least for me, and I assume for at least one other person out there, does make it easier to understand, actually seeing how it works. So that's why I'm doing this, to show it's a little old code, but it's all there and all accessible if you really want to know how it works. That's why I'm skipping over like all this boring stuff. Like, I'm not here to teach, I'm here to show like how the Legos works in a little more detail. Yeah, lots of more stuff happening. What's all this stuff happening? Lots of more stuff happening. And yeah, it creates a view from all this other stuff. Again, we don't really need to know how. And then it actually does the rendering logic. So if we step in, yeah, we step into, actually, where are we? We look at view. There we go. You can see it figured some stuff out. Come on. I'm trying to hover, VS Code. Let me hover. It is always interesting, Jim. That's why I like it. So yeah, we can see it figured out default engine, and then it has engine as a function. So it got this from this .engines, which it was able to automatically import from this link right here. So it knew it based off the extension where to actually find it. We're going to see that right now. So we're going to say view.render, which is going to call eventually the engine with all that information. So we're going from Express, nope, not there, to EJS. So we're not in Express anymore, we're in EJS. Now it's going to do all of our rendering for us. So it gets the file name, it gets all these options. There's a lot of stuff to support older ways of calling the code. Lots of stuff. And then it tries to do some stuff. Yeah, it tries to do some stuff. Yeah, so basically it did what I showed before. It gets the file and then it calls through it, turns it into ships. So we got file loader, and then the compile method. This is the thing it actually does all the stuff with. So it takes the template, which is your string with your EJS inside of it, passes it options, which is all this logic here, and it compiles it. What that compilation does, it returns a function that we're going to notice is going to be similar to a middleware function. So creates a template, returns the compile. Poof, this little function. It now, oh, come on. You can see here, it's a function that takes the data and applies it to the file. So again, lots of stuff we don't really need to care about, but these are the defaults of your data. So if your data, you don't provide it, it's going to make a default object. And then these three little mini functions, which if you recognize this one, is a built-in function of EJS. So again, EJS, it's not exactly the more interesting of the middlewares to look at, but that is how it works. We made it all the way out, folks. So again, I know, it's not the fun one right there. That was, thankfully, that was the least fun one, and all the rest of them are going to get a little bit more interesting going forward. Hey, of course, Mega, yeah, stuff is good. we just got through the more terse information, how the Express passes the information to EJS and how EJS renders it. But yeah, with that, I believe the next step is going to go to the browser, see how the browser runs all the browser code, and then yeah, while we could look at all the internals of this, the internals of MongoDB is not as interesting. It's make network request, send data to network, receive data back. It's not that interesting as Express itself is. But we'll go over the basics at the very least. So with that, it's browser time. Look at this browser. It's running. How does it run? We'll find out. So let's look at our browser, index.ejs. At the top, like always, folks, we have our exclamation point doc type HTML. Can't really debug any HTML, by the way, so we're just going to be basically a quick read through. Says we're using the latest HTML specification. Tells the browser do not enable quirks mode. We are cool and modern. Hey, Mega, yeah, so that API is quotes. I think that's right here. Yeah, it does suggest those randomly, doesn't it, Mega? So essentially, I have this quotes API that you can, once it loads, you can search any query and it will show you when, on what episode and all that stuff. You can debug HTML. No, you can't X metrics. I've never done that in my life, nor have I wanted to. But for example, if you type sometimes I'll, and from the shows I have added, ghetto hacky dev tools. I'm not interested in knowing how the browser makes HTML. That's a little too detailed even for my taste. But yeah, Mega, if you search a query, you can also filter by title, season, and episode. It'll show you when, so The Office, Season 5, Episode 11, 11 minutes and 34 seconds. Sometimes I'll start a sentence, I don't even know where it's going. Yeah, this is neat, and then there's, you got too much time on your hands, metrics. For sure, where we pale in comparison there. Yeah, this is the quotes API, Mega. I got a bunch of shows added to it. All these shows right here have been suggested and stuff, and you know, that's an option. I was running out of ideas for channel points redemptions, you know, so if you do it and suggest something, I will try my best to add it to the API so you can search for it and see all your favorite quotes from that thing. Like Jim, for example. Jim is said a lot. Got someone's name in the office. Look at these 13,000 quotes, 1,300 quotes. That was a lot more impressive than it was. So you can see you got a few in here, all these other shows, and you can do filtering based on those. So if you want to look at the office gems, you redo the search, and as you can see, most of them were for the office anyway. Movies, TV series, from a game. That, it doesn't necessarily support it, but I definitely appreciate the suggestion either way. I'm not necessarily trying to be family friendly, I'm just being me. I guess I'm family friendly. I don't know, I don't see any reason not to be family friendly. I'm just friendly to most, you know. But yeah, the way it works is it takes from subtitles and it puts the subtitles in there. So if I can obtain a subtitles file of the game, like if the game's heavily cutscene based, I imagine I might be able to grab one, then yeah, I could put it in the API. It would be an interesting challenge though, yeah. You don't have to do the redemption because I don't know. I mean, I could just redeem it anyway if I can't. So yeah, up to you, Mega. GTA San Andreas. That is a very popular game. So that would be interesting if I could get the captions SRT of the game. Yeah, that would be interesting. Or random game quotes. Yeah, I could definitely do that. So it's not, I guess I could just make a pseudo entity called games and just start adding them there. This API is not really meant, like, it's not designed to handle that because it needs to know when in the entity that happened. So what I could do is, I don't know how that would work. SRT captions. Yeah, lots of ideas there for sure. Twitch chat quotes, yeah. That wouldn't be too, that would actually be closer to what's possible, because they are time based, so it would just be title. Well, I guess, yeah, the title would be Twitch, the season number would be the streamer name, then the episode would be the stream number it was, then the quotes would be a combination of the actual spoken words, and then chat. So yeah, that would be interesting. Yeah, Meg, I mean, hey, you probably beat me to the idea, beat me to the implementation before me, then yeah, that would be interesting for sure. Yeah, I could definitely see a way of making this, because this would support, like, it wouldn't be too difficult to make this support Twitch, and I guess that would be a very Twitch specific extension or change to this. Ad quote, yada yada. Yeah, I mean, there are bots that do that for locally stuff, yeah. From 2012, yeah, I mean, it's not exactly a unique idea, folks. I just want to take this because I want to use this as an excuse to develop a open APIs first. I've used them, but I've never created one. So this was kind of an excuse to create one with all this open API magical nonsense. The introduction of English subtitles. Outline subtitles. Yeah, so there are lots of words here, but it's not necessarily an SRT file. It would be interesting, though, to try to get the games to be working. Yeah, Heroku, it's still alive. It ain't dead yet, folks. It's still very much alive. Yeah, I think I didn't add a link here, but I think the code's all still here if you want to, scavenge it and stuff, use for your own things, but that is where the code do be living. Quite the days for sure, Mega. Yeah, and it's still alive, right? It ain't going nowhere just yet. I mean, there are more, there's still the large ones, but besides Heroku, is being free for starters, there's Railway, which is relatively new coming out. Yep, that's why we'll all go there, isn't it? No credit card needed. Still do a lot without the credit card, yeah. And Railway, I don't know if they require a credit card, but they're the next, they're trying to be the next Heroku competitor. At least the latest one I heard of it. Still alive. Yeah, Railway. They recently dropped their credits down from $10 free a month to $5, but here it's still usable. Yeah, of course, Mega. Yeah, I'm always down to hear about new tools of the trade. Yeah, whoa, dude, I did that too. Nah, I wouldn't consider it advertising, Mega. And yeah, whoa, dude, I ran that. So when I did this app on Monday, there was all the people in the Discord chat. You might have been there, I don't know. And they were like, oh, I want to see it deployed. I'm like, okay, sure, I'll deploy it. And then I went to go create it, and I got my 5 app warning. So I'm like, I'm at the 5 app warning. Whoa, dude. So yeah, I definitely know the feeling. Probably gonna, I don't know, just start deleting or moving these to a VPS I got, probably. Yep, that do be the Discord, Ryan. It's not my Discord. It's 100 Devs Discord, so it's better than what my Discord would be. Yeah, HTML. This is HTML, folks. These are comments in HTML. So first, we did the doc type. Then we're saying the document language is in English. Vercel and next. Yeah, you gotta host the database somewhere. I messed with that a little bit. Yep, GitHub pages, great place if your content is static only. Free up your Heroku slots. I believe next in Vercel, I mean that's kind of full on, right? That's not just static. What do you consider next, right? It's a full stack app, mainly front end focused. Railways does allow you to like have some containerized databases on there, so I'd look into that. Whoa, dude! Even if you don't host the app there, you can host the database there. Heroku Postgres is an add-on available for apps. I don't know if you can have multiple Heroku Postgreses. Never really tried that, but that might also be an option. I'm trying to think if I use a free Postgres host. Oh, Elephant SQL, yeah. I didn't know if this was Postgres or MySQL, but yeah, I've used Elephant SQL. I think it's free for what, 25 megabytes? Yeah, it's free for 20 megabytes. So yeah, you're not going to store a lot in here, specifically because they don't want you to store a lot. But this is a free one that I've used in the past. Oh. I started to use Data, DETA, for simple projects. Free cloud with micros, database. Okay, so it basically has all the things. I love an all the things solution. And that's fine, Mega. I mean, hey, if it's a tool, then at the very least, someone else is going to use it, right? The cloud for doers and dreamers. Okay, lots of sayings. Okay, yeah, so kind of... It's not micros. I guess that's what they call their mini serverless doohickeys. Base, NoSQL database. Okay, so I'm seeing a Firebase competitor or Superbase competitor here. Drive. 10 gig for free. Okay, lots of things. Okay, great. Now, what is your pricing? I don't want to join just yet. Oh, so it's probably... I read... It says base. It's like, it almost looks like the word beta. Built on top of AWS. That's fine with me. I mean, like, Heroku, Mongo, like, a lot of them are built on top of the big ones. I don't think we're getting away from any of them just soon yet. Let's look at the docs. Living off invested money and working on their money maker. Yeah. I mean, hey, that's a tough game out there. Okay, look at the quick start. Quick start's always a good thing. Okay. FAQs. Project keys. Okay, all this good stuff. Loving it. Free forever. That's a bold claim, Mega. I don't know. It's a bold claim. Look at the base. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna check it out. Like, I checked out Railways just to see what it was, but yeah. Introduction. Python or Node. Yeah, it doesn't seem like exactly serverless. It seems more like, what do you call, app engine equivalent. They claim it in their Discord. Yeah, I mean, forever. I mean, hey, I'm not saying you're lying. I'm saying I've been betrayed before, you know? Why is it free forever? Anyone, any age. It's like the dream, right? But I mean, making money. So it's all beta, and okay, the auth part's soon. So yeah, very much on the grounds. I'm okay. Let's add it to the quotes app, right, Mega? Using it for months. Okay, so yeah. I'll definitely be checking it out at some point. Liking that it's got basic SDK. So micro CRUD, data, CL. Because a lot of people in 100 devs and stuff have been wondering, like, how do we store these images? Cloudinary, this, that, and the other. But I would be interested. So install Express, do the thing. post response. Yeah, so it looks like it's very much app engine style, so I do like that. Nice little middle ground. I mean, for the price of free, you can't really complain about vendor lock-in of this one. But yeah, thanks for sharing, Mega. I'll definitely check it out at some point. But yeah, we're gonna finish this HTML file, and then we will take our break. So let me flip on there. Okay, so setting our document language as English. Meta charset UTF-8. Set the character encoding as UTF-8. Fun fact: it's the only allowed value. UTF-8 is how you're telling the server that these characters should be encoded. Allows you to use emojis and other fun Unicode stuff. This is a weird one. A lot of people are like, what intonation is this? This basically says to any Microsoft browsers, they listen for this, when you come across the page, render this in Edge mode. So what version of Internet Explorer should you render it? As Edge. You can also set like 7, like Internet Explorer 7, 9. There are actual values on this. You can look it up and stuff, but essentially that's what it allows you to do. Tells it which version of Internet Explorer the page should be rendered as. Edge is obviously the newest, so it's saying render it the best you can. Data only lets you download, not host, and that's an interesting limitation. I'm not really complaining because it is beta and free and all, so when you make it free and it's in beta, you get a lot of free passes, right? Use their brains, made a tutorial on how to host an image hoster in a data micro with Express. Yeah, I can imagine them making the guides and tutorials for the most common use cases. But yeah, that's an interesting limitation. I'll definitely be checking that out later. Declare the width and initial scale of the viewport. So this sets the viewport width. So viewport meaning VW and VH, those two values in CSS, to the width of the device. In the initial scale, this is the how zoomed in you are. 1 to mean 1, like it's zoomed in by default. I'll set it for 2 if you want it to be default really zoomed in. 0.1, be very zoomed out, etc., etc. My bad, Meta. Yeah, okay, I don't care, Meta. Meta it is. I mean, Mega seemed like it was meant to be that way, but I see they got your name yoinked from you. Meta it is. Of course. I will try to put that in my goldfish memory. And yeah, declare the document title, used in title bar, bookmarks, etc. We're using Font Awesome here for trash cans, so this links to the external resource at this location, telling the browser it's a style sheet. Oh, the cloud. My bad. I was like, oh, you're Meta. Okay. It's, okay. I messed everything up. Data. Oh, I was pronouncing that one wrong. Yeah. I kept saying data or delta or something. Yeah. So, Meta, data. It sounds like a sound, to be honest. It's like, my tongue's like data. It don't feel like a word. But for free, I'll make it a word. My brain will remember it. Yeah, Ryan. It's like, oh, that's just right for the puns there, ain't it? Yeah. So yeah, we're linking to Font Awesome, and then we're linking to our style sheet, specifically in this order, because we want our styles to cascade and override, if it comes up, the Font Awesome ones. Oh no, that sounds traumatizing there, Mega. Then we create a H1 header, heading of the highest priority, and an unordered list of a class of to-do items. Fun fact, people did mention this. Why is this class used? It was in the previous example, but in this particular code base, it has no use. And then we enter EJS territory. Now, we already went through the debugger, showing line by line how this worked. And of course, Mega, appreciate it. Catch you by the next break or next stream or whenever that is. Yeah, procrastination at its finest. You are welcome for the procrastination excuse. Appreciate the data resource share. We'll check it out at some point. But yeah, we implement the special syntax that tells EJS to escape the thing. How do you know that's the special character? It is... Nope, that's not it. EJS here. Oh yeah, so you go to the page and you're like, what are the fancy symbols? You scroll down and here they all are. So here are all the tags and their meanings. So when you have the left chevron and the percent sign, this is a scriptlet tag. Control flow, no output. So it's executable code. So you say, give me some executable code, and then you can do a for loop through all your items. Now this is just JavaScript, so you can use this for loop, you can use for const item of items, choose your favorite for loop, you can even use items.forEach. It's completely up to you, it's just JavaScript. But once you're done writing your JavaScript, you want to turn off EJS by having the percent sign right chevron to turn off the JS, and then this is a weird thing. So because the code is using child nodes to access the span text, if you use HTML comments around here, it will mess up the indexes. So that is a common thing a lot of people did. They wrote HTML comments around these lines and it broke things. If that's what happened to you, you can use EJS comments instead. They are left chevron percent sign pound sign. How do you know that's the comment syntax? You go to the tags page of EJS and it tells you left chevron percent sign pound sign is a comment tag. No execution, no output. And for those who are wondering, like, man, this EJS actually looks great. Why doesn't my EJS look this good? Well, I am using an extension. I'm using EJS language support. So, if you want to use that same extension, there it is. All it really does is it adds the syntax highlighting, and I think automatic completion for these little tags, and a couple of templates. So, automatic for loop, automatic for each loop, automatic, so it's just a few templates and syntax highlighting. It's not crazy at all. But after we inside our for loop, we create a comment to say we can comment stuff out. We're creating a list item of item with a class of item for each item in our items document array. Then for each of those, we are saying if the current item accessed with the I index has a completed property set explicitly to true, because we're using triple equals, then create a span with a class of completed. This is used for styling and JavaScript, and set its content to the thing property of the current item. Note that we're using the output EJS tag, which is the one with the equal sign, to output the value into the template. It also does some HTML escaping for like spooky characters. Don't really need to think about that though. Just use the one with the equal sign. You'll be good 90% of the time. Now if it's not completed equals true, then we output the same span but with no class of completed. Finally, we create a trash icon. We're using font awesome, so fa-trash. Want to know how to do this? Look up the font awesome docs. We are closing our list item, and then we are closing our opening of our for loop. That's most of the EJS. There's like one bit left where we create a header, an H2 header, and we output left, which is the number of to-dos that are left. Font awesome used to be awesome. Yeah, X metrics, I know they're a little not, I mean, they're still awesome, but they're like alternative, like drop-in replacements that are apparently better, right? For-profit nonsense. Yeah, I mean, I've heard that. I mean, the free tier does satisfy most people, though. I think that's why it's kind of, it ain't going anywhere, you know? And they do gotta make money somehow, but I've heard that. Haven't really needed any of the premium or fancy icons though, so hasn't really affected me thus far. Yeah, then we create a form and we give it an action. This tells it where the data will go when it's submitted. Then a method of post, and that's going to be how it sends the data, which method. Fun fact, forms, you can only use a post or a get method. There are other approaches like method override, which we will show in an example of allowing you to make other requests. It's not a native thing though. It's a module you have to add and you have to do the workarounds for it, so we'll show it, but this is what we gotta work with. Yeah, X metrics, nothing stopping from the screenshots except the giant team of lawyers out there. I'm sure we'll be fine. Now in this form, we're going to input of type text. Fun fact, all inputs are type text, so this is being very explicit. This is a little optional though. A placeholder, that being the gray text inside of it, and a name of to-do item. Now the name is essentially going to be the key of whatever this value is. So it's going to have a key of to-do item and a value of whatever's in the box. And then we create an input of type submit. Now this is kind of an older way of making submit buttons. This turns into a submit button, folks. That's there's not too much more to explain about that one. And then finally, we link to our local JavaScript file. So let's undo my changes there. I don't know what I changed, but I don't need to change anything. And with that, that is our HTML file, or our EJS file technically, completely done. When we come back, we're going to, I believe, finish off the remaining code. So, because the remaining code, while it's all here, it is not going to be debugged through because it's already simplified that much. So we're going to show how the add to do comes straight here, all that stuff, the mark complete, incomplete, delete, and then that's going to be the finish of the walkthrough. Probably the next session after that, we'll go through all our bugs. So with that, folks, I'll catch you at the end of the break. Feel free, if you don't want to take a break, you're just too excited, go check out Ken, aka Frosty, fellow hunter dever, doing some coolio stuff. In the meantime, though, I will catch you on the other side of the break. And this is the code we'll be doing when we get back, if y'all want to get a head start on me. And welcome back, folks. This one we're gonna warm up a little bit, just with a code war. It's already in the chat from before the break, but here it is again. So, let's start with this code war. In your class, you've started lessons about arithmetic progression. Since you're a programmer, you've decided to write a function that will return the first n elements of a sequence with a given common difference of d and a first element of a. Note that the difference may be 0. The result should be a string of numbers separated by a comma and a space. Okay, so prep has kind of already been, as usual, done a lot for us. We are receiving not an array, so we're receiving 3 different values. The first value, the difference between values, and how many values to actually return. Did the same person actually return? I don't know, C-Films. Did the same person actually return? No. An older person did. Okay, maybe I should have took a longer break. Oh, me, did I? Okay, yeah. I technically am an older person. I got it. Took me a second to get there. A classic Doctor Who fan. Never really got into the fandom there, Jim. Watching on Roku channel. Nice. I mean, I've watched Merlin, which is a BBC or a British show. That's the only... I really enjoyed that one quite a bit. Never really got into the Who's, though. But yeah, those are our parameters. We're returning a string of all the numbers joined together with a comma and a space. My examples, so if we're given the first element of 1, difference of 2 and 5, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. What would my pseudocode be? So it would be starting, initializing the value. So basically we do want to create an array of results. Then we'll initialize it to first element. And then we will, while first element is not equal to first element times difference times 5 plus difference, so math it out to find the end, then keep adding things to the array. That won't work when the difference may be 0. So there'll be another loop to just do this thing 5 times. So it'll be a count of how many times, the length of the array. The length of the array will be how many we have left to go. Then we will return the entire array. Brilliant Banana Cat. That's right, C-Films. Brilliant Banana Cat. The British Broadcasting Channel. I think that's what it's actually, yeah. I was watching TV shows on a cat. Okay, so const results equals here for let value equals a results dot length not equal to n value plus equal r, and they chose some really great variable names for this, folks. Results dot push value return. I know how to spell. Can we get a first try? Nope. Because I returned an array, not a string of array values separated by a comma and a space. So close to first try, but that is okay. There we go, folks. Let's see what the other code warriors came up with. So, mutate the number variable, and while it is true, push a plus r. So also mutate the a. That's a simpler way of doing it. Array from however many you need, and this is the math. Multiply the offset by multiply the difference by the offset. Yeah, metrics, yeah, lots of different ways to do that. I did verbally describe it this way, but ended up using an actual variable, not math. I guess it'd be computationally the same, because we're doing some callback magic here, but yeah, storing one less thing in memory won't hurt anyone. New array fill map, math. Hey, here's the way I did it. Essentially. Math. Everyone loves math. We love math around here. Ooh, we got some rammed piping. How dare they? Pipe, multiply, add k. Wow, that's... Pipes are powerful here, folks. Do not doubt it. I think that was a good warm-up there, folks. And we can jump back into the code. So we've walked through a bit of the code, but now we want to walk through this form. So while apparently it is possible to debug into the form, but I have no idea how to do that. That's a good question, C-Films. Let me see if I can... I mean, you're last at what? Goldfish Memory is going to say 17 or 30. 30 is the max, right? I'm not sure what you were last at. Wait a moment now. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You were at 30. I was right. Yeah. I'd probably dropped off that list. Nah, I'm sure you're still around here, Xmetrics. There's a lot of people who just, you know, went and then stopped moving. Hey, see, you're still 343. You ain't low at all. 343. That's pretty good. That's on the third page. With there being, how many pages are there? Oh wow, 33 pages. Okay, so that's like 343. Yeah, you're in the top 10% basically. Yeah, that's what happens when you get past metrics. So yeah, -3 because 3 people passed you. Yesterday, 1 person passed you. So I mean, yeah, that's the way it works. You get passed, right? Like your honor was up there, but then people pass you. That's actually the graph we're going to be adding. Actually, I don't know if we're going to have time for it because thanks Spectrum Internet. What the graph was going to be, because right now we have this graph, which is your honor. Another graph would have been your rank. So it'd show how you go up or down comparatively based on rank and not just stuff like that. But I don't know if we're going to be able to time it out. Yeah, look at this. But yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get to it. Do want to complete this to-do review though. So we have over here a form. I'm going to open the network tab so we can look at this form, because we love looking at forms, and the network tab lets us understand what the forms be doing. I mean, I'd say so, C-Films, yeah. It's definitely more impressive than not training on 30 languages. But as Leon mentions, it's probably, I mean, yeah, I know it's just for the, just to have the thing, but still, like, what is it, like, it's more, like, deep, not wide, right? That's the skill set we should aim for. Yeah, that is the plan. So let's look at the network tab, because this is always a good source of information. We submit the query and halt! Hammer time! As long as it's not a list of use. I think, I don't know. Huh? Oh no, all the TCL people are going to come out of the woods now, Metrics. Look what you've done. I'm sure there's a reason to learn it somewhere out there. Getting paid. Getting paid is probably a good reason to learn it. All 1 millionth percentile of them. Yeah, you're not wrong. Okay, so this debugging route is adding a custom request handler to the post method of the add to do path. So when we come here, we get to lots of stuff. We have request, which has a body and a to do item of thing. Now where did that come from? I'm going to answer that by digging back into React. Not right there though. I need to step through all of these. There you go. So we added a thing. We're going to add another one. And now we get to see this working. So we click submit and then we enter the React router. Dun dun dun. And I'm going to want to find out where my breakpoint goes. It go right here. So we have current layer is serve static. We're not doing that. So current layer is URL encoded parser. This is what we want to go check out. So now we gotta slowly make it our way to the actual calling of this logic. So I think it is in here. Well, it's in here somewhere. So this is the thing about debugging. Don't always know where you're going. Okay, so we're going in here. Handle request probably. And here comes our actual parsing, folks. So we're in the URL encoded parser. Now, first we check if the body already exists. Already done. All the code is in all languages it was available, and yeah, that's one strategy for it, you know. Wow, I can't imagine that metrics. You'd just be forever just doing that one code. I mean, I guess once he gets to logic, it's all syntax and stuff, but still, some of them is like it's very new to learn. And that is a bit impressive. Yeah, once you get the like for simple ones, the logic, then it's syntax. Yeah. You can even almost ask Copilot to start writing it for you. You know, like write different translations. Yeah, then you gotta be like, oh, I gotta reinvent the wheel because you didn't bring me the wheel. Isn't in the standard library, darn you. But yeah, we can first see that the request body is set to an empty object. So this will basically say the request body is always going to be an object. Now this thing is like, if you have an empty body, so that's not us. And then it's like, hey, should I parse this request? Then basically checking that the request type is URL form encoded. And it does that by getting type of request and extracting it from the header. So it's checking that the content type equals this thing, which, my goodness, this is a lot of old code, ain't it, folks? But yeah, it's a boolean. It checks if we should parse it. If we should parse it, then we're getting the character set. If it's not UTF, you suck. Otherwise, we're going to start reading and passing all this stuff to it. Now what does this do? Let's find out. This is where stuff gets real gnarly. So we get the content stream. I suppose we'll look at that. Okay, so it's starting to literally parse it, picking the encoding, decoding it, all that fun stuff, folks. Super fun. It's identity stream, so stream equals request. So it's not encoded in any weird way. It's just text. Then we return the stream, do more stuff. We don't have anything there, and then we get the body. Nice C films. I'm trying to think what goes in here. I don't know, but as you can see, there's a lot of logic here. We're not going to go too much deeper into here. It basically reads the body and starts doing parsing stuff. So we don't really need to worry about that, but that is where it does set up the request body. If we go to the next breakpoint, we can check that our request.body has had its value updated accordingly. And we're no longer interested in the rest of this, or the rest of that, or the rest of that, or the rest of that. So let's just demonstrate that, hey, that is where it starts in the express conveyor belt of things that happen. And we already demonstrated this. accesses the to-dos collection from the database, calling insert1 with the object to insert. A property of thing with a value of request body to-do item, which was pulled from, so let's start closing some of these tabs, the EJS name equals to-do item. And with that, it inserts it. The result is essentially a success or a failure, which we can look at. Let's look at the result. So result is a thing. Come on. So it's got the connection, the ID of the inserted thing, a message, which is a string, and some more options. Now, we don't do anything with the result because there's nothing for us to do, but we do just receive as a parameter and completely ignore it. And then we redirect the people back to the home page, which, if we look at it, is essentially setting the location header, and that's it. Yeah, for sure, see films, yeah. I mean, TypeScript is literally just types on top of JavaScript, but yeah, all the rest of them weakly typed. And if you use enough any's, TypeScript is also weakly typed if you really wanted it to be. Now with that, it's essentially the form part of this relationship done. The next interesting part of this relationship is the browser JavaScript. Now I'm going to try to get this to launch. There's a reason I wasn't able to before, but we're gonna see if we can get another debug instance to launch the browser, so we can keep this all on VS Code. If not, then we won't. Okay, it's really trying. Why'd you fail? Type PWA Chrome, please use Chrome. Maybe that's what I want. Yeah, see films, I remember. You're one of the few folks out there who enjoy the math wars. Here it comes. Yes. Ooh, okay, so this is our lovely browser. It opened a new Chrome for us. Blinding white. You have to live with it, folks. But now what we can do, let's come over to our public JS file and add a breakpoint. Now when we refresh, it can't figure it out though, so it's like really sad. Web root, this folder / So yeah, this is a weird thing that I'm trying to figure out, but it needs to be able to recognize it because it needs to be able to map the browser file to the real file. So I think if I just do that, it will be happy. Be happy. Any moment now. We believe in Chrome. My ability to update JSON files. There it is. Okay, so let's explain this, what happened. So it says to go to the port 2121, and then it says web root. This is essentially saying how should I map the files? So you're saying that whatever file I am accessing, it's from the current workspace folder / public. So the same way that express static is being passed the path of public to determine what things it's serving, the debugger also needs to be known that, oh, all this stuff is from public. Now we begin going through this code, which is going to be like a third of going through and 2/3 of duplicate logic. So first we'll step over the next one. Delete button. It is a lovely node list, you can see right there, of all of the elements with a class of FA_trash. Essentially, it's all the delete buttons. And the next one is a node list of all the spans that are descendants of a element with a class of item. As you can see, this contains not only the spans that are just the text, so we got 3 of them, it also contains the spans that are trash cans. This leads to a rare bug that some people may have encountered, which we'll explain at the end. And then we are accessing a node list of all the spans that are completed. Now this would only be the completed text, but none of them are completed right now, so this is empty. Now here's something we do for this version of code, because this is all that exists at the moment. But we convert our node list, which are like arrays but not arrays, to arrays by passing them to array from. Now, modernly, they do actually have the for each method. So you may see folks do this instead. This does work because now node lists have for each, but they do not contain other things like map and such. So this is the only way to get to with map and all those other fun things. Oh, there's also yet the spread operator, the bit more modern way, super modern. Like, so we're going ES6. I mean, technically, I believe they're introduced at the same. But yeah, spread operator gives you another way to do the exact same thing. Though VS Code very angry because I did something wrong. What did I do wrong? So this is a fun factoid. Because the previous line does not end with a semicolon, what happens is this gets shoved on one line. So it tries to use the brackets to access the evaluated value of the previous line. So for all those who say you don't need semicolons, in this case, you do. If you want to use the spread operator to convert your thing to an array, you would need a semicolon, otherwise it go bad. So it's just another reason why I like my semicolons. But yeah, I guess that's why array from is being used here, besides it being a little bit older version. And yeah, then ghetto hacks. It works though, right? And then from this, we are using for each to iterate. We don't need to use for each. We can use a for let I equals 0 length-based loop, a for const value of loop, an iterative loop. Just pick your favorite loop, and we're going to go through and add event listener. We're going to add to the click event this delete item function. Now, it's not too surprising, but we are able to add this function right here, even though it's declared, quote, declared on line 26, because JavaScript hoists all functions to the top of the current scope, aka the top of this file. So people wondering that, you can do it because it is declared as a function name, it's a function expression. They are hoisted to the top. I don't think we're going to get details. No, we are not. So yeah, that's all the information we get. We're traversing through all the elements, adding all the things. Now here, we're not going to go through this too much, doing the exact same logic, converting all of the item texts and trash cans to an array, adding the mark complete function to them, and that's it. Just adding all event listeners, nothing else runs. Until we click something. Let's pick something to click. We'll go to the delete. Which one? What's actually the next one? The mark complete. Okay, so we'll do mark complete next. So we're gonna mark thing as complete. Boom, we're back in the debugger. Now this was a one that got a lot of people confused. So where did this get set? So this, for those who are wondering, is the span. So now when did it get set? It didn't get set by us. Oh, what the? I think I just hit the weirdest keyboard combination of my life. Is the stream still going? Okay. I don't know what y'all saw, but I accidentally went back to home screen. It does look like the stream's still going. Yikes. I don't know if I don't know if y'all saw black screen, my home screen, I don't know, but I pushed a keyboard combination. Don't do whatever I just did. But essentially, so back to where we come from. When did this get set? This was set by add event listener. When this is past a function, a normal non-arrow function, when it calls that function, it binds to that function what you added. So element becomes the this of mark uncompleted, mark completed, and delete item. That's where this comes from. Now what's all this other stuff? So this parent node, child nodes, inner text, a whole bunch of other stuff going on. So we have parent node, which gets us the li item right here of the span. So we go from span to li to its parent. Then we go through child nodes, which gives us all of the child nodes. This includes these text nodes. Now if we look at them real quick, we can see they're just white space. They're the new line space, new line space. So they're just white space, but they technically are still showing up here, as you can tell. So we can't say child node 0 because that's the white space. We want to say child nodes 1 because that's the span that contains our thing text. Then we want the inner text of it to get the item text of a thing. This is where we're going to actually make our fetch to the path mark complete with a method of put. So we're doing that. Additionally, we're setting the header content type to application JSON. Now remember, that's important because our express.json middleware is looking for this content type. If it doesn't see it, it won't parse you as JSON and assign you to request body. Now what are we sending in the actual body? The stringified object with a property of item from JS and a value of item text. Pass it to JSON stringify to turn it into a string. And since we're putting this in an async await, we wait for the response to come back, and then we do more stuff to it. Which takes us back to the server. So let's put a breakpoint right here. So we're going to tell this one to go forward, and then this will jump us to the server. Boop, we're back on the server. Let me add another breakpoint there. So now we have received the request, which has a body of an object with a property item from JS being thing. So the middleware parsed it out for us. And like I said, we're not going to go exactly through all this because some of this logic, basically we are finding an object with that matches this filter. This filter being has a thing property that matches item from JS. Once it finds that, it does the second object to it. The second object having a property of a Mongo operator, the set operator, telling it to set the field or property of completed to the value of true. The third object is options. Now, this option I believe is depreciated or it doesn't work on modern versions. We're going to mess around and see how that works. But upsert essentially says, oh, if you can't find a document to perform a set completed on, do not create a new one. It is by default false though, so this is just being explicit. And then finally, we're going to finish that, get our result, which is going to indicate that we have found one object, modified one object, and upserted no object. And then we console log and we say everything is great. And then we're back in the browser. So we went from the browser to the server, back to the browser, and now we have a response. It's got some headers, it's got all kinds of fun stuff on here. It's got a body, and it's got, of course, our .json method, though it's in the prototype, so we can't really see it. But now if we go to the next line, we wait for its parsing, we see the data of the JSON is the string mark completed, which we console log and perform a refresh of the page, and everyone is happy. And as you can see, it got striked out. Let me zoom in. There we go. It's gray and striked out. Now, I can also go through the logic of mark uncompleted, but spoiler alert, it's identical. The difference being that completed is set to false, not to true. So I won't go through that one for us. Delete, however, it is a little different, so we will go through that one. So it listens to the delete method, and it says it will delete one document that matches this filter. Now this is familiar because it's saying delete one object with a property of thing that has a value of item from JS. And we'll go ahead and look at the result. So we click the little trash can, and we see the result is deleted count 1. So if there was deletion, get deleted count 1. If there was no deletion, deleted count 0. So if you want to do some logic based on if it happened, you could do that there. And now, look at the main JS. So we did that. Remember, the differences are commented here. The only difference is that we're calling a different path. And for delete, different path, different method. Yeah, folks, that is actually, I guess there's some CSS here. We'll go ahead and go through this too. So, fun fact about VS Code, you can take an element and hover over it to get a preview of what that CSS selector targets. So we can see this targets all H1 tags, giving it a color of red. Then we can hover over this one to see this targets any element, that's why it's in red, because it's any, with a class of completed, giving it a color of gray, and a text decoration of line 3. And now, that is the last of the code to review. So I know we've already done this before, but hopefully that did provide a little more insight, at least on the Express side of things, of how all this gets passed around. Now the next part of this is going to be addressing a lot of suggestions and concerns. So the first one, we're going to do this one. I'm going to see if I can get this bug to work. If you mark and unmark a thing, sometimes it doesn't work. So we're just going to keep clicking thing. This is awkward. Now the bug don't want to happen. Maybe I gotta do like a weird slow network thing. Be slow. Oh, not that one. Yeah, throttle. Throttle to slow 3G. Because what happens, and I'm going to show you in the network tools right here, when thing is completed and I go to mark it uncompleted, watch what happens. Mark complete, mark incomplete. These two requests both fire off at the same time, and then, since mark incomplete was last, that's what happens. But there is a condition that happens in which the order is swapped. So it's difficult for me to actually get it to work because my browser is a little fast, but for those who were at Wolf's stream Wednesday, they actually mentioned that they had this issue and they were wondering why things were going wrong. So it can happen to any of y'all, just depends on if you're lucky, if your system's all fast and stuff. And again, this could be like a very low percentage, but it was high enough for Wolf that they ran into it a number of times. So what we're going to do to resolve this, or at least highlight this, is the fact that, remember, item selects all of our spans, and item completed selects only the completed ones. Hey, stout fella. So I'm not following, I guess it somewhat is MVC, so there's a views folder. No, there's no MVC here, unfortunately, stout fella. But yeah, and so this isn't necessarily my code, so I'm a member of 100 devs. We basically had an assignment to go through and comment only this code here, just so we could see if we can comment what it was doing. So it's kind of on purpose to be simplistic and not full MVC. Though I guess suppose on more traditional projects I do go the MVC route. Models folder for the database stuff, the views. Yeah, I do go views EJS, and then controllers. I have one giant controller file usually. If you want to see another one, I think my quotes API. Where is it? Where is it? I think I might have moved it. Oh, yes, we. There you go, I moved it over here. So this is a recent project I did that does have the model view controller. Though it also does have a, whatchamacall, open API, so... yeah, so we have server... We have a controller file. I got a controller file. One controller file, and then one views. So yeah, I guess I don't really conform to MVC as much as I thought I did. So yeah, not too much. Yeah, it is going well. You know, we're just coming back from break now and stuff. Haven't been to stream in a while. Yeah, that's all cool. All on different journeys. But yeah, I'm just going through this line by line in excruciating detail to make sure that... Because I already did this once, technically, like on a project night. But then everyone was like, you're going to stream it next time, right? And I was like, I guess I am. Yeah, it's been fun going through this in excruciating detail. I'm trying to think. Yeah, so this bug, unfortunately, since I'm streaming, it's like not gonna show itself. But I will demonstrate exactly what's going on here. So we have... I guess I'll just console log it. So it's completed. Let's just console log them all, right? So we have item completed, and then I can look at the dev tools here to demonstrate the overlap. Oh, gotta have a completed item. There it is. So look at this lovely list of items that we are adding. So we have the completed text, the trash can, that text, that trash can. And look at this. So this span is also being targeted. So this is by two different event handlers. So item is going to call mark complete, and this one is mark uncomplete. So these both are happening. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't want to demonstrate the error, but I think I can force it by swapping the order of the added events. So now, if I click this, it embarrasses me. There it is. Okay, I clicked too fast. You might not be able to see it, but I clicked it, and it stayed crossed out. Oh, it did it again. And it flipped back. Maybe I do set the network thing, it'll work this time. But you've seen it at least once or twice now. So swapping the order of these events does cause it to be more obvious, but Mindwolf said that they didn't mess anything up and it was wrong for them. So it can happen. You just gotta have the Cosmos align or something. Guess is as good as mine. The solution though is to prevent the overlapping of collected items. So item span should be only item span that is essentially, looking at our EJS, we want it to be this text right here. So item span that does not have a class of FA technically has no class at all, so is classless. So how do we do that? Not class. So this is a CSS selector with the not selector, and we're saying it does not have a class. Let's see if it works. Kind of hard to tell because it's such a slow bug. So we're just going to console log it. Item. Why is it being slow? There it is. So node list span just of that one and not of the top one. Now when I click the top one, almost on slow 3G mode. I wonder it's slow. There we go. So now you can see that there are no items available when it is cleared out, when they're both clicked. There we go. So that's the fix on that part, folks. There was another overlap with the delete button, though I believe by increasing the specificity of this to be classless, this does also handle that. So before, it didn't actually affect anything, but when you click the delete button, it called delete and it called mark complete or mark uncomplete. But now that we have increased the specificity of that selector, there is no overlap and you don't send two requests when you hit the delete button. So that is that thing being solved. Let's do this logic here. So attempting to use routes before database results in a big angry error. So we're gonna stop the debugging thing. Bye debug. Yeah, we're gonna go back to using dark mode because we don't need that debugger instance hooked up anymore. I'm gonna use NodeMon to demonstrate this a little easier. So server.js, and then I instantly refresh. We got an error. Obviously the server's not ready yet. Let's refresh it again. It's working now. So what happened was, oh, I'm in the node debug terminal. No. So that wasn't supposed to do that. But now I'm here. You see I've refreshed a bunch of times, and why isn't it coming back online? Well, we can look at that by seeing that since I accessed it before the database was available, we got this error here, and it completely crashed the app. It's an unrecoverable error. Now, a common solution that Leon has showed in the past, and Maya and Wolf, we've all shown this pattern in the past, is that you put your all your app stuff inside here. So you take all this and you put it inside here, at least these ones, so that way your handlers only execute after your database is loaded. That's one solution. It brings a lot of indentation though, so if you don't want to do that, the solution is to properly handle your errors here. Essentially, since this is an async function, when this happens, it's not caught. Notice in the promise example, we have a catch, but notice here, we don't have a catch at all. So if we will try, I think I'll just wrap the whole thing, catch, error, then what do you do with errors? Well, we're just going to console error it for now, just for funsies. And now I didn't access it quick enough, so RS for restart. And as you can see, I've accessed it and it's spinning. So that error, it failed. We got our console log of error, but the page didn't crash out. It's still spinning, you can tell up here. But if I refresh the page, it now works. So while the request failed, it did not kill the server. The server can still work even though a user caused an error by accessing it too quickly. Now we saw what happened there. We got the error, but the error was in the terminal, not in the browser. So how do we pass errors to the browser? Well, you can be all like response.status status500.send error. You can do that. Or you can use something that Express handles automatically, the next function. Essentially, what this is meant to be done is that if you get an error, you pass it to this function, and it will eventually pass it down to the error handler that Express has by default, but you can customize your own too. You don't have to do this, but it's a pretty good pattern, and it's kind of the recommended way to handle errors. So in all these catches, we would also do next to pass the error onto Express and let Express handle it, which we could also handle, but it is the Express way. So that way if our request comes here and it does fail, it doesn't spin forever, it fails and gives the user the error. So now I didn't refresh quick enough, so let's restart and quickly refresh the page. Boom, we have the asynchronous error in our browser. Now it's a lot of information, but at least the user has an error, at which point they can refresh and are freed of again. And of course, the default error handler also logs it. All kinds of different things. Different ways to do this if you have a lack. Now with that, we got that solved. We also did the walkthrough. And it do be break time. So we're going to take a break, and then we will knock out these two and the reducing of duplication that a lot of people mentioned. I think that will be it for this project. Maybe with the remaining time, we will be able to add a graph to our Code Wars for ranking. Time will tell. Either way, let's check. Let me go check. Sorry, goldfish memory. I have not been keeping track of all of the things. One momento. But yeah, fellow streamer Ken still going. Probably already know by now, everyone here, but yeah, Ken, fellow 100 devers, also do cool streams. Don't click that link, I typoed it. I don't know who that is, I do not endorse that random person. So I get for typing things manually. There we go. They've been going with their stream. That stream game, never played it yet, but it does seem cool. And yeah, with that, I will catch you after the break. Sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can. And feel free to slowly make your way back from the break, folks. Yeah, nice little Code Wars setup. It's in the chat. This one is called For the Sake of Argument. So write a function called numbers. The function should return true if all the parameters are of the number type. The function should accept any number of parameters. And here are some examples. 14325 true, 1a3 false, 13 nan true. So apparently nan is considered a number type in this universe. Thanks JavaScript, I love it. Now, so those are our parameters, anything in any amount. What happens if we're passed no parameters? I guess that would be true, since all of nothing is something. And we should always return true or false. We can get nans, we can get all the other things. So my pseudocode would be returning all of these items. So all these items can be in an array called args. Now we'll call .every on that array and say value, and then it'll be number.isNumber, or not is not a number, or not number is not a number, because remember the is nan function, the global one, will attempt to coerce the value, so we don't want that. Oh, we'll go arrow function. So const numbers equals args, receiving it via the rest syntax, which is a lot like the spread operator, but the other side. So it's going to be args every arg, as I spell the word every arg. So number is nan, so is not a number. Oh, this might not work for the actual nan value though. Oh, looks like they do not provide default test cases. That is sad. Should return false when presented all of these. So maybe type triple equals, or type of r triple equals number. So they should all have a type of number. I don't know how it's going to work for nan though. Oh, apparently that is the solution. So fun fact, folks, type of nan is a number. Okay, so a type of. It looks like, is that literally every solution? I'd like to see some other approaches. Huh. Okay, folks. Oh, someone just hard-coded all the test cases. That's a funny one. Okay, it looks like type of is the one and only solution here, folks. Okay. Well, back to the project we go. Let's see on our to-do list what we got left. 2 items of the same name result in unexpected behavior. So let's demonstrate this. So we have 2 items, both are called ABC. Amazing names. I mark the bottom one as completed by clicking on it. The top one became completed. I try again to mark the bottom one as completed. The top one again is the one becoming completed. So what's happening here is I'm sending ABC to the server. I'm telling update the first object you find with a thing or a text of ABC. That's the one at the top. So we can look at mark complete, and we can also we can go further. We can say, oh, I also only want you to look at things that are not completed. And you're like, sure. That works. What if you add a third thing? Like that works for these 3. But now let's say you have 2 are uncompleted. Oh great, now I have to deal with this. Oh great. Okay, let's just delete all 3 of them again. Start from scratch. So we have 3 ABCs. And I want to mark the middle one as completed. It changes the top one. So we can't do any weird logic of like, oh, it's used the completed to be more specific. That won't work. Now there is I believe this is what this was intended to do, the sort magic. But the sort magic, I don't know how it works. All I do know is that it doesn't do anything when I mess with it. Oh, I delete ABC, ABC. So my impression is that, oh, if I'm not sorting descending and I sort ascending, then when I click this one, the one at the bottom of the list should become marked completed. But it doesn't do anything. Now, I looked this up, and so with the MongoDB docs, I wasn't going to go into the search thing just yet, but it looks like I kind of got my way in there. Node.js docs, because we don't care about Mongosh. We want, how do we use the node driver? And what version of the node driver are we concerned about? Our package.json contains that. 3.6.5. So we're going to find, where we are on 4.8. So we got to go all the way back to 3.6. And then we got to look at the docs, which is under API documentation. Now from here, we want to look up the method. What method we're using? Update 1. So we put it in the box and we get 2 of them. We'll go for the top one. Here we go, update 1. Filter, update, options, callback, optional promise, all this good stuff. Here are our options, and you'll notice a lack of sort. So there's no sort in here. Let's look at the other update 1. Adds a single update operation to the bulk operation. Options hint. See update command for more information. Oh, that's taking me way over here. Still no sort though. Still no sort. Oh, thank you for taking me way too out of the way. Now I did find something. So searching for the word sort, you see find has a sort, but we're not finding. Find and modify has a sort. Then we have this whole sort thing. So this might be a solution. Find and remove, we're not deleting stuff. Find one has a sort, but we need to modify it or update it. Find one and delete has a sort. And find one and update has a sort. So I think maybe if you switch this update 1 to find one and update, this might do what we actually want done. So let's keep this back on -1, save it, and see if that's how it works. So this functionality should be the same, right? Oh, just look at that. Wait, what's happening? Why is this working? Okay, let's get rid of the completed thing, because that made things a little easier for us. So ABC, BC. This is how some options are. They say a thing, and you just gotta test to prove it. So if we are find one and update, sort ID -1, which is descending to get the latest one first. When we click this one, the bottom one should become marked. It does. Now we click this one, the bottom one doesn't do anything at all. So now if we switch it to 1, the top one should become marked. There it is, folks. Okay, so I guess the docs changed even further. Like, I don't have the older version of the docs, but for update 1, sort does nothing, sadly. You need to use find one and update, or one of the equivalent find and modify, find and replace, for the sort to actually do anything. So we put that back to -1. So that solves the weird sorting logic, like what incarnations go in there. Doesn't really solve the 2 items of same resulting in unexpected behavior. So the actual solution to that one is to use IDs, or unique identifiers, because the problem is that all 3 of them, as far as we can tell, are the same. So the best way to use IDs is essentially we need to transfer the ID into the HTML or to the client in some way, and the client needs to send the ID back. That's a two-part step. We need to give it to the front end, and the front end needs to give it back. So let's work on giving it to the front end. Now, a good way of basically figuring out what we have is just console logging. So we first fix that indentation. We have to-do items. We can look and see what to-do items is. Now I'm gonna reopen my JavaScript debug terminal and say node server to relaunch that. And we'll just put a breakpoint right there. So when we refresh this page, we get to see what information we have. We have to-do items, which is an array of things, all of which have an underscore ID. And we are passing these to our front end, which means our EJS has access to them. So how do we want to pass this ID to the item? Well, we can add it to the LI, we can add it to the span, we can create a new HTML element. There are many different ways to do this. I'm just going to add it here. So data ID. I'm using data ID because it's a free slot you can shove things in without worrying about conflicts. So I'm using EJS output tag. Note the equal sign to output items I dot underscore ID. Remember, when accessing Mongo IDs, unless you've done Mongoose magic to rename the field, it's underscore ID, not ID. Now if we do this, nothing's changed visually, but in the HTML we can see they have data ITs because I'm great at spelling things. Now we changed it to data ID and boom, they all have a data attribute or a data ID attribute of the string. Now this is the information we will send back to the server so it knows which thing we're clicking on. So this is in the main.js. We need to access this. Now remember before we get the span, the li, and then the span again in our text. But we now want the ID. So we go from the span to the li, and then to get the data ID attribute, there's a special way of doing this called data set, which basically puts all the data attributes in an object, then ID for which data attribute you want to access. And now I'm going to rename this to item ID, like so, and I'll keep that the same for funsies. And I want to do this to all of them. So let's select both of these. Dataset ID, rename item text to item ID. So that is our backend sending the data to the front end, our front end sending the ID back, but now our backend needs to be able to receive the ID and do the right thing with it. As you see, it's saying update one thing. It needs to be update one underscore ID. I think there might be more to do actually. We'll find out. So let's see. I'm over here on the front end and I click the middle element. Nothing has happened because item text is not defined on line 71. I thought I renamed all the things, but I did not. Line 71. Well, I did not rename all the things, so I missed one, which makes me worried that I broke something somewhere else. Your guess is as good as mine as how I missed that one, but I did, and it was the one we're clicking on too, so let's click the middle element, and nothing happened. Click the top one, nothing happened. Let's delete one. Nothing is happening. We broke it. Yeah, shout fella. So that is actually a thing. Good question. That is actually generated by Mongo itself. So looking at our create, where you would think it would show up. So here it is. Add to do. We can see that when we insert a document, we only do two attributes or two properties: thing and completed. It automatically adds the underscore ID to it. This is generated by MongoDB. I think there might be a way to tell it not to, but it's automatically by Mongo database. So Thankfully, you don't need to worry about it. There are probably options to customize it, though. Let's see. Da-da. I don't know how the way it is to do it, but so yeah, it is always automatic. I don't even know if there's a setting to turn it on or off. But by default, so you can customize the collection to tell the collection to not automatically add an ID field. So that's one option. I wonder if there is a way to remove it. Now I'm curious now. If I just say under ID null, let's see how that does. R. Nope. So yeah, it gives you an ID almost no matter what. ID false. Hopefully that does make a little more sense. It's automatically added by MongoDB. Oh, you get an ID. You're getting an ID whether you like it or not. Oh yeah, stout fella, that's definitely a thing. So I mean, the way they do that in SQL databases is essentially the ID auto increments. So there's a special metadata tracker that's tracking like the latest assigned ID, and it assigns the next ID. So that's the way, and they're always incremental. So it goes from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the way it's done. What I believe they also do some form of incremental on MongoDB. Another way is to just randomly generate a number or a value so large that the statistical odds of there being a conflict are low enough. So I think UUID 4 is, I don't know if it's the most common, but it's a more commonly used random ID thing. So if you don't care about them being in sequence or anything, you can find some JS code to generate UUIDs for you, which are universally unique identifiers, kind of exactly for this reason, stout fella. Or of course you can do as you manually described, make an ID, make sure the ID doesn't exist, and then assign the ID. So manually checking it is also an option. And yeah, you're getting an ID whether you like one or not. Now let's see why this isn't working. So let's have a good looky-loo. So great thing about debugging, console log is a pretty great tool. We will console log it here. Console log request body. Copilot knows what I want. So when I come here to mark something as completed, so since I'm not using NodeMon, that did not update, so I will now use NodeMon. Let's try it again. There we go. So we can see it has this string here, but it's not working. That's actually a good question. Why isn't this? Let's check out the result actually. See if something did or did not work. Hey Robodom, how's it going? Your Saturday's been going well. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. Had a little network issues beginning of stream, but we are chugging along. We're basically at the end of our in-depth review of the To-Do app. Right now we're just going through things of like what fixes could be made and, you know, going further above and beyond. Right now I'm trying to figure out why the IDs aren't working. Because the current behavior is that if you have 3 things of the same name, or even 2 things of the same name, when you try to click on one of them, it modifies the other one of them. Oh man, that actually sounds pretty fun, Robodom. In-person tech conferences, those exist nowadays? I am surprised. But yeah, it definitely sounds like a fun experience. Wow, I just Sorry, I'm just looking at my chat overlay. It just butchered your message. I don't know what the heck it did. That emote is so powerful, it cut it in half. It's going as well as it can be, lol. Oh, it cut it in vertical. Oh, wow. So, like, half your message is here and the other half's there. That is a feature. I'm calling it now. That is a feature. This is the first time I'm using my custom overlay for chat, and yeah, it's doing things. Enjoy that, Robodom. You can divide your own messages. Yeah, we did the leak code of the day. Now we're doing the end of this. Emotes are too strong. Yeah, they are. They're too powerful. I thought I tested this enough, but I guess it's multi-line. I guess as good as mine. It's because, like, they're real images. I shove in the HTML, so got no idea. Yeah, now we're just messing around with this, see what cool improvements we can be made. We're basically on the last one, well, second to last. I forgot how IDs work, so MongoDB find or update by ID. Node.js. Always make sure, because there are 15 other languages that interact with MongoDB. Don't you love that feature, Robodom? It's so cool how I made that work. I also have to wrap it in a object ID thing. Gotcha. Okay, so I have to just get stuff from the thing. So yeah, because they're not strings, they're special. Yeah, it's a cool one. I think I'm actually gonna keep it in there because it seems interesting. Yeah. As always, I meant to have more stuff, but I was like, I just need to get this part working. So, working it is. So let's see if this works. If we wrap our string in a magical object ID. So we're now marking this as complete. There we go, folks. So remember, when you're using IDs in MongoDB and JavaScript, you can't pass it as a string. You need to wrap it in the object ID. It's not a constructor, but we are effectively using it as a constructor. But to blend in, we won't call the new on it. So yeah, now I get to do this everywhere else. Multi-cursor magic. Oh, I hope the conference experience went well, Robodom. Forgot to. Ooh, lots of Linux presentations. I mean, yeah, it's not too unsurprising. We do love our Linuxes, don't we? But yeah, folks, as you can see, we have 3 ABCs, and we can click them, and they actually update the ones we click. Oh, no, that's not surprising at all, Robodom. Imagine, like, okay, so we're going to talk about Windows. Like, that, no one's there for that. But yeah, I mean, it does run a lot of the world, so definitely no surprise there. Okay, folks, that was that done. And improvements reduce marking duplication. So ragging on Windows. Oh, okay, yeah, I see. I mean, there are two ways to talk about it, right? There's that's technically with any topic. You can either build your platform up or tear the other one down, right? Two different approaches on it. Yeah, it's look how much better we do this thing, folks. I mean, I'm one of them too, so I don't blame them. Windows is a mystery. But yeah, the next thing that was commonly mentioned a lot. Ooh, Mac is better. No, here's the thing. That's the thing. You're on their side when you say that. It's like, yeah, Mac, that's just like the very close relative of Linux, you know, because it's all Unix under the hood. So, like, it's like, sure, Mac is better. You're still a point on their side, RoboDom. Nice stout fella, yeah. One mini project off tutorial, nice so far. I mean, that's the way you start, right? You don't start knowing all the things. You gotta start a tutorial, and then after a tutorial or maybe two, you can start to see how you can creatively do your own stuff. So my Goldfish memory is like, man, which is which? Put uses modified. Patch supplies a set of instructions to modify. Replaces. Yeah, so we're using put. I'm going to use patch for funsies. So what's happening here is we have two methods that do a lot of the same stuff. The only difference is their name and the new completed value. So my solution is going to be create one method that does the two things. So app.patch mark. And what will this do? Well, I'm just going to copy this, to be honest. Yoink. Yoink. There we go. Get that one. So we're updating this one, and we're setting completed to what we're going to mark it to. I'm glad to hear that, RoboDom. I assumed as much, but yeah, I'm glad you had a good time for sure. Yeah, you're right, Jim. They all got their pros and cons. The quick scaffoldability of Mongo can be a pro. It can also be a con because it doesn't force you to think about your data structure. Yeah, you've been, it's like Simba taking the top of that mountain or cliff or whatever. It's like all the light touches. You just see a lot more light now, don't you, RoboDom? There's so much more that you just don't know. It's the way learning everything is, right? So we have mark. We're going to also get another value. So const marking equals marking. Actually, we'll just put completed. It'll be completed, right? Quest.body.completed. There we go. So this will be marking complete. Well, they're both console log the same anyway. So uncomplete is the conditional magic. Un. There we go. And that is my template magical way of just writing the same message without having to write too much of it. So I think this will do the thing after I update the front end code. So we have mark complete and mark uncomplete. Now delete item, that's not changing at all. But these two functions, they are changing. Async function mark. And completed. This is the stuff that does change. So again, gonna yoink copy this other example. Change the path to mark. Oh, the Net Ninja. I think I might have heard of them before. Crash course for Node and love the way he taught it. Without and then with Express. Yeah, I mean that's kind of the way we did it, like at 100 devs, right? We did it without Express just to show like it's manual, folks. It's a tough one to do. Then Express comes and saves the day. It's the same reason, like, you know, it's like, while floats aren't necessarily needed in modern CSS, messing around with them makes you appreciate all the new technologies, the flex, the grid, and all that stuff more. Plus, eventually you might have to mess with float, just like how eventually, while you might not have to mess with raw node servers, if you ever want to do anything advanced with Express, messing with raw node servers essentially gives you that experience. Motorola versus Intel, yeah. Whatever you for at the time. That's right. Whatever tool gets the job done, basically, right? That's all that matters. We have item ID. We set completed to completed. There we go. That seems right. So yeah, now my other mark functions are going to call this mark function. Hold on. I have returned. Sorry about that. I had to step away for a second. But we are back, and now we can do this logic. So we're setting it to patch. We're setting this to mark. Completed to this. And now we just need to call our mark in these two methods. Now, the fun thing about this is that if we just do this, not this, don't break all this stuff, this will not work, because what we have done is we have removed the this context. Because on this function is called, actually this might work. Let's see what happens. Again, don't listen to me, listen to the code. So we're going to see if this works, folks. Save this, save this. Let's see what happens. First we need an entry. Oh yeah, my bad, RoboDom. I did say, like, I gotta step away for a second, but I forgot to switch the screen, my bad. Well, hey, that's just a free adrenaline rush, you know? You are welcome. My bad. Okay, see, we click this and nothing happens. Great sadness. here's the error I was talking about. So because this context is lost, so let's go ahead and console log. I mean, it might have been obvious from the lack of movement. I just forgot to switch the screen. Yeah, see, when we click, this has become the window. So the solution is, well, there are like a number of solutions. We can say call, which we pass it this, and see. Yeah, so this is one solution. Another one is, well, we're going to show this solution first. I appreciate it. Nope, it's not doing the thing I wanted. What's it doing? Unexpected, cannot read JSON. Well, what did I do? So this ain't happening. Patch mark. Okay, so we're having a bad route. There we go. Bad request cookies response 400. Big yikes. Okay, more debug time, folks. Console log request body. What is up? It didn't run. So I thought patch was like, oh, you just set it to patch, but are we gonna be real angry about method names? Is that what's up? Or is something else up? Tell me, what is up? Okay, so I thought I could just be like patch, but apparently patch can't have a body like this or something. I don't know. More willing to investigate it after we get this feature. Don't want to get lost in the sauce. So we have removed mark completed and mark uncompleted in favor of a single mark function and a single mark express handler. So this is the deduplication a number of folks have mentioned, and this is the way we do it. We pass mark completed, we call mark with this context, true and false being to what we are setting completed to. Now delete item, that doesn't really going to change. It kind of needs its own thing. But besides that, folks, now I'm going to go ahead and investigate the patch at this point. Patch. See what is up with patch. So main.js, I see no reason why patch wouldn't want to work. Interesting. 400 bad request. Are there special rules with patch? So I am getting a 400 at some point. So express patch 400 code. There we go. Patch returns 400. You need to open. Okay, great. So that's yelling about something else. Can you try this in server? I was calling the patch from React with fetch method equals patch, but patch is case sensitive. Oh, really? Is it case sensitive? I wasn't being case sensitive with the other ones, though. Well, I'd like this to load at any time, please. Any moment, node. Wow, okay, folks. I mean, maybe it's Firefox, but you saw it live. Patch, lowercase p. Angry. It's very angry. Super angry, lowercase p. Patch, uppercase p. Uppercase everything, actually. Very happy. Okay, folks. So that's just gonna drill it into me to always keep my method names uppercase. Don't ask why. Patch needs to be uppercase. But yeah, that is now working. Now for the complete sanity of it, I will be setting this to ID. Just to be completely semantic, because this is meant to be a placement of the object, not a weird request. So, again, it doesn't change anything, it's just more proper. And yeah, I believe, folks, we've done that. Let's close that one. This one. Now we have two. Yeah, the timer can be done. We're not gonna. The next break is gonna be literally the end of the stream, so go away there. So we do have some options since we essentially finished everything we want to do for this. I'll write a code tour later. So actually, stout fella, that's a good question. Let's watch. Let's let Copilot do it. Look at that. Copilot wrote it lowercase. So good question, stout fella, and Copilot answers. It writes it lowercase, which my paranoia is making me test it again. It fails. I'm curious though. Since we're investigating this, let's bring out Chrome. Maybe Chrome is cool. No, it's not a browser thing. It literally needs to be uppercase in JavaScript. Again, I know they are case sensitive. I thought they were forgiving either way. Apparently not though. This may be the fault of Express, because we're getting a weird 400, so I do believe this is something weird that Express is not handling. But like I said, stout fella, your guess is as good as mine. I'm going to make sure to uppercase my method names going forward, though, because it didn't work without it. Yeah, Copilot failed. Because remember, Copilot isn't... It's kind of just guessing off of what you've written and stuff, and off of what other people have written. So if everyone's wrong, and I've written a lowercase delete, maybe Copilot will be smart here. Oh, there it is. Yes, I am back. Was I gone? Oh, Jacktree coding. Sorry, I was like, wait a minute, I'm back. Yeah, I'm back, Jacktree. It was a good 2 or 3 hours of lost internet, unfortunately, but we are back now. We do appear to be stable. Thanks for coming on by. Actually came pretty basically at the, so we're not ending stream just yet, but yeah, we just finished reviewing the to-do stack, or the to-do application, for the final time, hopefully. Going into all the nitty-gritty details, and we found the weirdest bug. Watch this. If you use a lowercase patch, and you try to click the thing, it makes an error. It was Spectrum this time. I mean, it wasn't a intermittent thing. It was literally, I was without internet for like, it was from like what, 1 o'clock to 4:30 or 5. So it was literally gone. Yeah, the latest bug we just found out is that if you use patch with a lowercase p, it operates differently from patch with a uppercase patch. And I don't know whose blame is this, but patch, I guess this is why maybe Leon didn't recommend patch or something, because it's weird like this. But yeah, folks, it's just going to make me always remember to uppercase my method names. Now, there are some method overrides that people have been mentioning to be able to do all the methods without, like, on the forums and stuff. But I'll explain what these do, because some people have been mentioning it. Okay, we're going full SpongeBob there. Okay, let's go full SpongeBob, see how it likes it. Well, first I refresh too quickly and it dies. Let's see. Nope, can't go SpongeBob. It wants all caps. I mean, watch, we can branch out and get branch. Yeah, I'll go ahead and add all this stuff. Basically, get add. Yeah, so y'all can test it yourself too, cause it's a weird mystery. Ooh, 14 hours, man. That's definitely worse, cause power. I mean, hopefully all your fridges and other power dependent stuff was okay. But dang, that's definitely not a good one. Hey, 14 hours. Glad you got it all back, though. There we go, folks. There we go. So yeah, it's on the repo. So yeah, on the improved branch. If y'all want to try and mess with patch yourself, there it goes. Grabbed a lot of pins from the conference. Of course, you gotta get the conference swag. What's the point of going to a conference? You don't get like one from every table and booth, right? Well, what are you even doing there? Like, can you even say you've gone to the conference? You don't have all the little things. Yeah, those pins will last a lifetime now, huh? Or last until they get lost in some pocket dimension somewhere. But yeah, folks, that is basically the conclusion of the to-do list. If anyone has any more questions, I'm more than happy to go over it, but yeah, we didn't do a code tour. I wasn't that interested by a lack of time. Definitely couldn't do that. A point pin, right? Of course, stout fella. Yeah, I'd like to, figure out and offer a unique perspective, going through the nitty-gritty details of it and such, and the different improvements that people kept asking about. Hey, Caesar Q Dev, appreciate the follow. Your day's going well. And while we are slowly coming to an end, because I'm gonna do this code war and I can't stream it, or this leak code, I would like to go over the method override that a lot of people were asking about. Essentially what this does is it allows it to basically fake as another method. So what you do is you can set a header on your request, or add a underscore method property to your request, or do a bunch of other things, and it will take your post request and on the server turn it into enter your favorite name of the request here. No, Jim. I went through this thing like 3 times now. I did it on the Discord Voice 1 channel. We did it during Lion Wolf. We've done it now here. I think we have enough space repetition. We don't need any more space repetition. Let me use another way to use the method override. So yeah, folks, the reason I'm not really going to implement this is because while this is neat, this doesn't really override your method. This is mainly for the server side of making it feel better. Like, you can do this, but I'm not really interested in showing you how to do this. Like, the example here is pretty great, folks. So if you really want to do this, I mean, if you all really want, I will tell me and I'll do it. But you add an input, hidden, name method, value delete, add that to your form, or add it to your URL. That's how you use this module, folks. I know, Jim, I know, yeah. Hey, of course, I appreciate it. Yeah, we go get, we don't get got. There we go. Now with that, we're gonna move the gears around. I'm trying to think of what I want to do, because we ain't got much time left, but we got enough time to add a graph. Let's try to add that graph to our Code Wars. And if we don't, we'll just do an actual Code Wars. So unknown, GitHub Code Wars clan track. And I haven't really looked into what cacophony I'll need to figure this out. I'm just gonna assume I can figure it out. So we're YOLOing basically. We are YOLOing. So first thing I need to do. So this is a cool little React app. It's a combination of a React app and a script that constantly scrapes stuff. You can see the code right here. You can see the deployed code at, I think I have a command for this. You can see the deployed code right there. This is my Code Wars tracker thing for displaying the 100 devs leaderboard with history data. Now what I want to do is add a graph that shows your ranking over time. I already got one graph that shows your honor over time and the change in your honor over time, but not your ranking. Because like when you get passed up, your rank goes down, or your rank goes up. Like your rank only goes up or down, right? But I'm not really showing that visually. So that's what we're gonna do. First, I'm gonna find out where all my scripts are. They're not in this folder. And don't worry, y'all can't really do anything with this code or these commands. This is a copy just for yours truly. So I gotta go up a path, synchronize the data. It's okay. It's really working hard, folks. I don't know what it's doing, but it's working. I guess the server was really thinking for a moment there. Lots of thinking. 30. Oh, we got 2:30. No, that's the week of the 31st. What unfortunate numbering there. Okay, so it's like... Okay, let me check my internet. No, internet's good. Oh, I did have a one moment of bad. Internet seems good now. Okay, it was just the servers having a tizzy. That's okay, we'll start looking at the code. So the code, we got some pages, and we have a leaderboard page. This gives us, nope, over here. So this is this here. I do need that. I'm trying to think. What is my recharts? There we go. That's the charting library I'm using. Figure I might as well update it while we're here. So on the leaderboard, how do I show the pretty graphs? There we go. So we fetch the chart data. And we set the chart data. We randomly generate colors. I love me colors. Ah, yikes. This is very readable code, y'all. Oh, yikes. Where is it? Okay, so I gotta track down chart data. That's how readable this code is. There it is. Okay, graphing. Line chart data. Ah, here we go. So sorting key, honor. Okay, so the sorting key. So I have 7 of these. So sorting key is honor or change. Understandable. Hey, welcome on back, C Films. We're over here about to try to add graphing to my little Code Wars thing. Object key, sorting key. So yeah, maybe I just bulk out the data. Let's go to the leaderboard. Well, we gotta do this locally, so pm run download solutions. Ah, what is the script name? Package JSON. Nope. Package JSON. It's one of these. Hey, there you go, C Films. Mess you updating the database, I'm graphing some data. All about the data. So code, it's here. Source, what is it? Download solutions. Yeah, this is the file. So we need to look for the args. Argv. There we go. There we go. Nope, that's not it. It must be the other one. One of these has what I'm looking for. Format solutions. Nope. See, it was the other one. It's like misplacing your keys. It's around here somewhere. Okay, it's gotta be. Okay, we're doing the big search since my goldfish memory is absolutely failing me at the moment. Come on, it's in here. I know it is. There it is. So, download clan stats. That's the thing. Okay, so npm run download clan stats. Only flatten. That's the command I want to do. This will download the stats, but not really. It will just flatten them into the smushy thing that the front end needs to be able to consume. And by mushy thing, I mean one file per day instead of one file whenever it got downloaded. Now with this, we can npm run. I believe npm run start is the magic command. Nope, npm run dev, and 3000 is apparently still in use. Big yikes. But 3001 is good. Localhost 3001, and this might take a few minutes to generate because all this data does not exist cached locally. There we go, folks. Generate that data. Yeah, all the data. Now I can go to the leaderboard. Since I'm on development, I can inspect the components. Come on, components. Okay, so we have lots of stuff here. A leaderboard page. Nope, a leaderboard. Show me the state variables. I need to see what's in the state. Yep, there's a lot of them. It's probably these two. Nope, those are my dates. Okay, so I didn't name it, obviously. Oh yeah, I still have some weird database stuff I'm trying here, too. That's experimental code. Don't look at the experimental code. Okay, so we need chart data. So this is a use state before a set. Okay, so I have a set around here. Oh, appreciate it, RoboDom. I just got a little bit more time than some. So this is a great thing about hooks. They're not named, like, at all. Okay, it's time to go old school with a console log. Why go fancy when simple things work? Any moment now, React. You're more than welcome. Okay. Catching on fire. There we go. Lovely empty array. And of course, it doesn't do anything. Oh, it does have stuff in it. Until I check the box. Now that I check the box, there's stuff in there. Okay, I don't know why that stuff's in there, but whatever. So we have two objects. So they have a name. Then they have all the things in them for each person. So honor change. Okay, so this is very much coming from the back end. So the back end needs to give me more stuff. Back end. The stuff, please. So leaderboard. This is right. No, I want the graphing data. Calendar, generate new next data. Nope, that's not it. So it is leaderboard. We can look at the network tab, or we can look at the front end. API chart. Okay, it's literally called chart. Here it is. Okay, generate chart daily. We have any moment now. So we have all the users trimmed, where we delete the username. Honor change. Wait, here it is. So all users, get all users with honor changes, start end times filter, keep only the users that I'm counting on. So here's the thing. Get all users. This does get all of them, right? This doesn't slice. Right. So this does get all of them. It sorts them. Now I need to add a attribute called rank to all of these. So we get all of them, then we say map user, and then we say give us all the same user, and then the rank is essentially I, right? That's my index, so technically it's I plus 1. Rank. No, it's not rank, it's position. So as this is going to be the first name that everything's going to have to follow, let's call it correctly. Position. Now TypeScript hopefully is cool with that. Yo, TypeScript, are you cool? Well, that's a back-end method, so nothing's going to change until I clicky. Did we make the request? I can't tell. Honor change. So I'm destructuring it and only keeping the certain things. So this is a way of getting rid of things. Uh-oh. Well, the internet is failing, folks. I know y'all can't hear me, but it appears the internet is dead. I mean, this is basically the end of the stream, so I guess this is for YouTube only, or for the VODs only. I mean, this don't make it to the VODs, but it looks like it handled? No, it's still bad. Yeah. Well, I plan to end in 30 minutes anyway, so. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're gonna make it. Well, if y'all can't hear me, I appreciate y'all coming by and such. I can see my frames just dropping like flies, so it appears not. Appears like it's gonna be a no. Well, with this, it was a good stream. I will be rating Ken, aka Frosty, fellow 100 Dever, doing some cool stuff. Cause that is the end of the stream. I'm talking to you like y'all can hear me, but you can't. Yeah, I don't think I have anyone else on at the moment. I literally don't think the chat's even working at this point. Well, dang. Well, if y'all can't hear me, appreciate y'all coming by.